no more jokes. So we usually use U4C. Okay, I know when we're talking about universal code of conduct, it's not maybe an interesting topic. You know, it seems boring when you're talking about laws, about rules, about term of or privacy policy. You click next when you're installing in program. But no, universal code of conduct actually is a very important topic in Wikimedia at all. Why its universal code of conduct is important? Because Wikimedia depending on volunteering. Okay, so when we talk about volunteering, that needs three things: healthy environment, protect the volunteers, and best practice guidelines and principles. So, if we don't have any one of these three, we don't have any volunteering. So, no Wikimedia. So this is actually make universal code of conduct a very, very important topic for everyone. This is not for U4C only, it's for everyone here. Okay. Oh. We have a question for everyone. Do you read the universal code of conduct before? How many? How many one? Oh, it's a lot of people. That's good. Okay. The Universal Code of Conduct is a very simple. That's containing 3 pages. The first one is 5 articles. Only 5 articles. Expected behavior and unaccepted behavior. Just 2 for first one and 3 for second one. And the second page is about enforcement guidelines. So I'm here to actually, by the way, I want to correct some wrong information. That's in session here in Wikimania. So someone talking about universal code of conduct doesn't have enforcement mechanism. No, we have enforcement guidelines. And this is not only, we also have a coordinating committee. And we have a charter that's explaining everything about, and that's help us to implement the Universal Code of Conduct. So, this is Universal Code of Conduct, and this is everyone in Wikimedia. Users and old users, expert users, admins, local staff, committees, steward, everyone should be interested on Universal Code of Conduct. Okay. Now we are talking about Universal Code of Conduct. This is not just a rule in papers, not just a text. It's actually Wikimedia Foundation make all possibilities to make the Universal Code of Conduct implement at all. Why? It's applied globally. Directly, what does it mean globally? Every project is under Universal Code of Conduct. No project can refuse it. No one can objection on anything in Universal Code of Conduct. This is applied directly. This is not mean you should take permission from a local community. No, it's applied directly. He is now a part of term of use of Wikimedia Foundation. It's applied at every project, every community, every affiliate, online and offline. Okay, we are talking about a U4C. Why they make a U4C? U4C actually is an important body to make sure the Universal Code of Conduct is applied correctly. What is this? What is this give to U4C? First, can take all measures. All measures. That means we have high permissions to take any action that's important to apply Universal Code of Conduct. Second, can address a systemic failure to adequately enforce the Universal Code of Conduct. we are the only body in Wikimedia can declare systemic failure. When we declare systemic failure, that means we can't take any actions. So, also another thing, we can issue formal or informal advice or interpretation of Universal Code of Conduct. The fourth thing, organize the annual review of Universal Code of Conduct, enforcement guidelines, and the charter. Okay. Now we're talking about Universal Code of Conduct in brief. You know some information, some people know about it. It's approved by Board of Trustees in 2020. Drafting began in 2021. Developed with more 1,500 volunteers from 18 different Wikipedia projects. Also, the final draft is completed in the end on 2023. Okay. Second thing, the community vote in January and February. We have we're talking about 1 month. We began in January 2024, and with 74% support. Okay. Universal Code of Conduct ratification adopted by Wikimedia Board of Trustees. And also we had first election in March 24, and results in May 24. And I'm glad to be first one from the first members in UCoC. Okay. We have a first annual review that's happened in May 2025. In May 25, and all proposals were passed by community vote. Now we also have a second UCoC elections that started in May 2025, and I think we have elected three members, new members. I think 3 of them is county members, and we have a new 1 member. Okay, let's talk about what the UCoC did during this year. Oh, sorry. Oh, no problem. I have more information. This year we have about. No, not working. I don't want. So, no problem. Yeah. Oh, it's not saved? Oh. Okay, no problem. I'm sorry if this is not the slide. This year we have 35 cases. We have now 4 cases and 2 new cases. We declaring 7 motions. That means 7 motions. That's some of them is a global block, and some of this we are action like the adminship for some administrators and bureaucrats in some projects. Also, we do annual review that contain 60 changes. What I mean 60 changes, most of them actually is out of date, by the way. We are talking about some old information and just to be updated. Okay. Just to be updated. Sorry, just a moment. Switch it. That's good. This is the last slide, and we are now talking about the slide. What is the difficulties and challenge with U4C? This is point what we faced during the last year. First one, no local discussion first. Actually, many of cases and many of users go directly to U4C. We told them why you don't make a local discussion first. This is actually because we should focusing on the local discussion. Sorry, the local discussion is very important for all cases. We are not only the only body just solving all issues, but we need local communities also discuss all these issues and solve it locally. Not just everything go directly to universal to the U4C. The second one, we talk about cases and complaints that doesn't have clear evidence. That's explain why many cases are declined. Because it's simple, we don't have enough evidence. That's we ask, we're not sure that this case can be accepted or take any actions. So without evidence, we refuse it. The third point is cases outside the scope of Universal Code of Conduct. You know, we are in U4C just discussing violation of Universal Code of Conduct only. Not all cases we are discuss or take an investigation about it. Only violation of Universal Code of Conduct. The fourth point is U4C isn't a global arbitration committee or ARABCOM. You know, this is a very important point because we know a lot of people say, oh, I don't like what is a local discussion or what we discuss with your local community, so go directly to U4C. That's actually wrong. We are not a global ARABCOM. We only discussing the cases or violation about Universal Code of Conduct only, not all cases. So we have a scope and jurisdiction. So many users maybe not understand this point. Okay, the five points is too many unimportant details with no focus on the core issue. Yeah, this is a very important point. Why? Because every cases, you know, a lot of details and many chats, maybe discussion, maybe links, and most of users doesn't understand. We cannot understand their language. In our committee, we have eight members can speaking, I think, 7 or 6 languages only. We are not, and also all these details and unimportant details is actually make us not be focusing on the case, and that make me the case also take a long time because we also translating a lot of all these links, all these pages, and reread it, and maybe discussing about another people. So I think everyone, if he has a case, should be focusing only on the important points only, not for everything that's unimportant. Okay, the next point is some cases are complex. Yeah, we had a lot of cases very, very complex. We talking about when we make investigation and we are near to take this decision, we found a new evidence, a new pages, a new links that make us to make the investigation. I think we have some cases, maybe the investigation take, I think, maybe 4 or 5 months. That's maybe a long time. This is maybe, I know some cases take a very, very long time because they are complex. The last point is personal dispute on some cases. Yeah, some people maybe have some dispute or disagreements with another user. So he can say, oh, I will make a case against you in UCoC. So he go directly and make a case and make a lot of things. And after all this, we don't have any cases. We see this case is actually empty. We don't have any, we don't see any evidence. We don't see any actions. We don't see any things we can make us to take a decision. So that's make us, in the end, refuse it. Okay. What do we need in the coming period? Okay, we just need 2 important points. Everyone must understand that universal code of conduct apply to all, not just for UCoC concern. Why? Everyone, I think I talking with an extended in pre-conference and also in when we making with extended rights. I talk about why everyone believe universal code of conduct is not an important topic now. No, we should everyone believe the universal code of conduct is a very important thing for everyone in Wikimedia projects. We shouldn't make it only for UCoC. Deal with it. No, everyone can help us, and everyone in Wikimedia can help us to apply and make universal code of conduct success. Okay, second one is we were talking prevention is better than cure. Yeah. Okay, thank you. This is actually the main important thing I want to talk about, because why? Actually, I think universal code of conduct, when every user adhere with universal code of conduct, that makes the cases actually is low. We don't love a lot of cases. We want everyone believe on universal code of conduct, apply it in every thing and every project. We don't anyone violated the universal code of conduct. So I think the communities, and we were talking about all projects, all communities, should, what about, I talk about raising awareness about universal code of conduct. It is not only our job, it's everyone should be cooperating with us with this point. Okay, this is if you this is our email, official email. If you have any complaints or any cases, you can contact us in this email. Okay, we have 10 minutes. Okay, let's going to the important section. But please, we have 2 rules. Please, don't ask about any current cases or investigation. I'm sorry, I can't respond to all is this. I don't have a right to say that. Another one, no question require a formal response. I can't speak behalf on UCoC, and you know that, and I don't say anything without discussing it with my colleague first. Okay, anyone have question? Yeah, I know. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, doesn't work. Hi, it's Martin, Wikimedia steward. Thanks for the deep insights into the UCoC, and we could all see why you're a great member to the committee, because standing against the technical challenges here without any concerns was really impressive. I think there was just one thing that could be clarified, that there was not a formal vote on the UCoC itself, but only on the election guidelines, as far as I remember. And that sometimes is taken as an argument by community members, like we didn't vote on the UCoC ourselves, but it was just implemented by the board into terms of use, etc. Which is a reason for some of the discussions around that, but at least maybe you can share your thoughts on that. At least as far as I can see, these concerns are getting lower. So the acceptance of the UCoC, including your committee and so on, is increasing. Do you see this the same?
Yeah, yes. I think this point, you are right. This point actually is our consideration. Why? Because, Universal Code of Conduct voting in last year, we have a lot of people participate in this voting. We talk about 1,700 users. I know many users not participate in the voting, and they say, we are not voting of these rules, we don't accept it. But no, Universal Code of Conduct now officially applied. No one can refuse it. No one can have an objection about it. Also, another point with this, we should focus on, Universal Code of Conduct is drafting in 4 years. We know a lot of users from many projects, from many communities, from many languages, everyone cooperating to drafting a Universal Code of Conduct. This is not representing Wikimedia Foundation, this is representing Wikimedia communities. So, we are talking about rules is written by users, written by community, not written by the Wikimedia Foundation. So when we talking about, this is maybe like a local policy. Many of local policy, we don't vote in it, and we don't make a discussion about it, but it is a policy. So it is applied for everyone, and everyone, yeah, that's right. Okay, that's question.
First of all, I'm glad that the UCoC and the Universal Code of Conduct is working, as I was the member of one of the drafting committee members.
Hi.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying, I just want to say something about what you're concerned about. So it is very important. What I'm thinking is the not going to the UCoC, so that what my meaning is community itself can directly enforcing UCoC, and they have to do the several actions. It is the best way to not going UCoC to become a serious case. So rather than that, the committee and the administrators and the committee members should aware about how the Universal Code of Conduct is going, and that we have to, the local committee itself has to be educated about that, and should enforce strictly, probably, about that. So that's basic comment of what I want to say to your concerns. Yeah.
I'm sorry, concern about what?
The local committee should enforce more That's it directly rather than just going
Yeah, yeah.
sending to the UCoC because
yeah.
this very complex situation.
I get the point. I think you are right because we also facing like this issue with some communities. And so let's say why you make policies just apply on our project in our
Excuse me,
community.
Ibrahim. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I think.
For the oh, is this wrong?
Yeah, we are out of time.
Okay, last question and we'll answer it. Okay. Sorry. I know some committees maybe have some objection about why this, we talk about what I say, global roles or these roles is applied in our project directly and why U4C can take actions directly in our project or our community directly without discuss it with us. Yeah, I know these issues happen many times, but with what I say, we in some cases we make it easier because we discuss some cases we discuss with a local community first. We talking about we should you have some violation. You should stop it. We cannot take action first. Please you take action and. You apply universal code of conduct in your project. You shouldn't. You should asking the U4C to take actions. Okay. So I think this is point maybe happen because this is a first year for us, and we know maybe some people doesn't have a lot of understanding about the universal code of conduct. What is this? This is all things about it, but I think it's this next year and next years we see the communities maybe what I say maybe have more cooperation with U4C for this point. Okay, thank you. I think this is end. Thank you everyone. Okay.
and then we're going to get started. Thank you so much for coming to this session on where are all the Wikipedia administrators. So some of you have been in a few different sessions related to this topic, starting the pre-Wikimania day. For those of you who are users with extended rights, we had a conversation about this topic as part of the 5 research findings and how you can use it in your work a couple of days ago. Some of us in a shuttle last night had some more conversations about it. And we're going to have one more conversation right now about this topic. And the goal for this conversation, and my role here, is to moderate and facilitate a conversation among all of you about this topic. Next slide, please. To tell a little bit more about myself, my name is Leila Zia. I'm head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I'm actually representing here, I'm moderating this session on behalf of Eli Asiking Garmarger. He's a principal design researcher on our team. He was the lead researcher on this project, which helped us understand some of the admin trends across multiple Wikipedia languages. 5 other members of the research team at the foundation worked with Eli for a period of 6 months to arrive at some of the learnings that we had about these projects. So a couple of terms of definition here. One is if you're new to Wikipedia, or if you have never heard about admin roles, or you have heard of them or don't know much about them. When I say administrators or admins, what I'm referring to are a set of users with extra rights on the projects who do work beyond editing, and their work can involve settling disputes or preventing repeated vandalism. For this conversation that we're having here, when I say active administrator, I'm talking about the number of monthly administrators who do at least one administrative action on the project. I think I told one of you a few days ago 5, and that was wrong. I take it back. Sorry about that. So it's 1. Next slide, please. 1 back. Yes. So the major trend that I want you to focus on for this presentation or this conversation is that the question of whether Wikipedia is losing admins. So we looked at 21 Wikipedias inspired by yet another signpost article on English Wikipedia, where English Wikipedians talked about the challenge of decline in adminship in English Wikipedia. And because we wanted to understand that better, we thought, let's look at more languages. So the criteria for us to look at a language and study it as part of this study is that we looked at languages that had at least 1,000 non-bot weekly edits and had at least 20 administrators. So these are what we call kind of larger or more highly active Wikipedia languages when we think about adminship. And the question of is Wikipedia losing adminship? The answer to it is yes. Wikipedia is losing adminship in what we know as like larger projects, for the majority of the larger projects that were included in our study, but not in all, but majority. And we're going to talk about a couple of examples that are large projects but are not losing adminship, and in fact they're experiencing increase in adminship. In smaller Wikipedia languages, this is not happening. The decline is not happening. One thing I want to emphasize here is that when we look at the patterns for recruitment, retention, and later departures of admins from their roles, we don't see a concerning pattern for these projects where admins are leaving in mass. This is good news. So that means our admins generally are departing their adminship or the projects in what is expected to some extent. So what I want to focus our attention now as a result is on the topic of recruitment. It seems that if we focus on recruitment, because the adminship departure is kind of almost like more natural or more expected, or at least not extremely concerning, it makes sense for us to put our attention, at least early on the question of recruitment. And that's going to be kind of the focus of our conversation primarily today. On the topic of recruitment, we identified 4 major barriers for potential administrators to become administrators in these Wikipedias. These individuals talk with us about the stressful request for adminship process for the Wikipedias that do have the request for adminship process. Not all of them have. Questions around motivation and the burden that they felt for accepting an admin role and how much they can accept this responsibility and why should they give up on their editing, day-to-day editing of articles and pick up like adminship role. There were concerns around awareness. So many editors that we talk with, they were aware that their Wikipedia language has a process for becoming an admin, but they didn't know actually what is that process. And these were already people who were potential administrators, meaning they had done a lot of edits, they could meet some of the at least technical requirements on the surface for becoming an administrator, and these people didn't know actually what is the process for becoming an admin. And lastly, what we found is that throughout this study is that while the communities have done some interventions to change the patterns that we are seeing in adminship, if you want to have an honest conversation, the way we would frame this is that these interventions have been insufficient. So for example, in the case of English Wikipedia, those of you may have been in a session yesterday where we heard about these amazing changes that are happening in the RFA process, and we're going to hear a little bit more about it here. However, I argue that English Wikipedia knew that admins are declining at least since 2010. A couple of you mentioned to me 2008 the other day. So then the question is, why did we not act on it earlier? Last thing that I mentioned here, I want to stay on this slide, is that the reason that I'm having this conversation and we're opening this space here is that what we learned in this research is that recruitment of admins, the most direct impact that we can have on it will happen at the community level. So if you're going to change the number of admins that are going to be recruited to the projects, you people in this room, those of you who are joining us remotely, those of you who are going to see this later, are the people who actually can make the change on the ground. Policy-based changes are going to be the most direct changes that we can do. Of course, we can also talk about technical changes that we can do to make things better, but we think that the most immediate change will be policy-based, community-based at the community level. So I welcome all of you here, our panelists here, as well as all of you in this room, whether you are representing a Wikipedia that is part of the Wikipedias that we saw in the previous slide or not. I think this is a common and shared challenge that we have, and I appreciate all of you being here to help us understand how can be changes on the ground. And even if you are not part of the Wikipedias that we talked about, or you are a staff member of an affiliate organization or Wikimedia Foundation, I think each of us hold a piece of idea, something that we can share with one another, maybe a little help here and there that we can do to give to each other to make a change on the ground. So with that spirit, I'm going to ask turn to our panelists and ask them to introduce themselves. Please say a little bit about yourself. Which Wikipedia are you coming from? What is your story about becoming an administrator in your Wikipedia? And then we'll start from there. So Andrew, please.
Good morning, everyone. I've been roped into this panel discussions. So my name is Andrew. I am representing the English Wikipedia. Been an administrator since 2008. My initial goal was actually to serve the community. So I actually did not succeed in my first request to become an administrator. That's partly because of two reasons. One was at the time, the community see that if you just want to be an administrator but without identifying a clear need, if you just say you want to serve the community, then that's kind of like a no. And another part is I had an admin coach, and he didn't oppose my nomination, but at the first time he also didn't support my nomination. He stayed neutral, which turns out to be opposition for in a lot of people's eyes. So in my second time around, I identified an area that I plan to work on, and I also dropped some baggage behind. So you could figure out what the baggage was about, and I was successful with I think 70 or 80 supports and no opposition. And yeah, that's kind of like my admin journey.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
Hi everyone, I'm Francisco from Italian Wikipedia, and I'm an administrator both on Italian Wikipedia and Italian Wikiquote. I'm administrator since 2007, then resigned, and then back again since 2009. And actually, I accepted the adminship after 3 refusals by myself. So they asked me, do you want to be? No. Do you want to be? No. Do you want to be? Okay. Because I didn't want more burdens, more responsibilities, but then they told me, they assured me it was just technical, it was just like doing what you're doing, but better, with more skills, more buttons to make something. So, and that's how I feel it since then, and that's how I think it should be felt. So not something prestigious, but something quite technical. Midway between a cleaner and a guardian, something like that.
Hello everyone, I'm user Ata from Ukrainian Wikipedia, and I'm a rather fresh administrator on our wiki. Though first time I applied for rights some 10 years ago, but I didn't take it seriously, and so our community basically told me, we trust you, be a good admin, but you need to be more serious than that, so not now. And I didn't want to be an admin for most of the time after that, because this is such an important role, and it's perceived like something very, very serious by the community. And so it didn't feel like I would be the one that community wants me to be. And I finally decided to become an admin after the Russian invasion began, and we suffered huge loss of active editors. And then I changed my mind to I don't necessarily need to be an active admin right away, but it's good to be a sort of a backup, because in case another emergency happens, it's good to have admins right away and not need to find them somewhere on a very short notice. So that's my journey of an admin.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Vera. So I want to start from you, Andrew, and ask you maybe to tell us a little bit more about the request for adminship reform that is happening on English Wikipedia. And I know that there are a couple of other people in the audience who can also speak to this a little bit later on. What has changed on English Wikipedia?
So I believe we started off small. First of all, we introduced the concept of like a monitor, because the process was deemed to be quite hostile to the participants, the nominator, the applicants involved. And so the role of the monitor is to ensure that each person could ask no more than 2 questions, and they could not divide into like part A, B, C, D, E. To disguise it as like a multi-question, but kind of frame it as to stay within the 2-question limit. and another is to monitor for toxic behavior or in civil language. And that was also followed by the administrator election, where instead of having like a cycle where anyone could apply at any point, we would kind of also have a parallel process where the application opens, and then when it closes, all the people that put their name forward will all be presented on kind of like a single ballot, and people could vote in support or in opposition. But my understanding is it's kind of like just like a yes, no, or a neutral option. So it's kind of revamped the whole administrative election process by turning it back towards more of like a no big deal thing.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And definitely stressful RFA process on English Wikipedia came up as a topic as we were studying it, but this, again, is not particular to English Wikipedia. There are other projects that are doing requests for adminship. I am really looking forward to see more, even the results that are coming out of these changes on English Wikipedia, and we should all keep an eye on that. And also for those of you who are coming from projects that have this request for adminship, this is an opportunity perhaps to step back, have a look at it, just see what kind of changes you can make in your process, particularly if you're experiencing it in a decline in adminship, to see how you can make that better and more welcoming to the potential administrators. Francisco, I think I would, and I'm curious to hear your reactions. I would, the examples that you shared about like how you, the story that you shared about how you became an admin, kind of puts the case of Italian Wikipedia for me in a bucket of the Italian Wikipedia, perhaps current administrators are doing a good job raising awareness, at least among the people who they think should become admin in their project. Is that a fair assessment? And what else is the Italian Wikipedia administrator group doing to increase the recruitment?
Yes, I know that our number has kept steady for a while and then a bit increased in the last period. I didn't think it was increasing that much. Maybe in the last years is a little steadier because something happened. Maybe we can deal with it later. But generally, it's not more. It's not such a request for adminship. It's typically as someone else propose a user for adminship, because they feel that he's reliable, he's skillful, he's skilled. So they said, okay. Typically in private admin chats, they say, okay, this is kind of reliable user. What if you propose? Yeah, I agree because he's a very good user. So when we propose the user for adminship, and he says, okay, maybe I don't want it, or I don't feel ready, or okay, maybe if they're asking me, they trust me. So there's something good. So why not? So I think this can be one of the reasons for this trend. I mean, and then all the process of a request of adminship is quite one of the few things that I think all over the years has kept with not so much bureaucracy. You know, it's like 2 days of if someone has something to say against in support or not, and questions, and there are typically not so many questions, 1 or 2, and then the vote, so support or not, and 1 or 2 weeks, I don't remember, and it's quite easy. So it's something that is not seen as a big deal unless some user make it a big deal. So
that sounds very fascinating. And so far we're seeing at least like 2 models, right, for recruiting admins. One is around the request for adminship process. The other one is around current admins identifying potential future admins and basically pitching.
I would say this is what typically happens, but of course other user can propose users, a user can self-propose himself, so it's not about.
Perfect.
I might just even add a quick point here. When you mentioned about users nominating themselves, one of the behavior that I consider to be toxic, at least in the past, is that there was always a user who will automatically oppose, no matter how great their quality is, if they self-nominate themselves as an administrator. Like, without a doubt, you will see that as like one of the first, if not the first 5, that will automatically says like, this is the prima facie example of like kind of like a,
I want the power.
yeah, I want the power, that kind of thing, which I deem that to be quite toxic as well. Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning there were cases like that also in Italian Wikipedia. Now there are not so many, so it's very few of that.
Yeah, I'm happy that you brought that up, and you're confirming this. This is something that I'm also hearing from a couple of other Italian Wikipedia administrators.
Yes, typically,
early on.
yeah, but typically it's not because the community felt that that user wanted the power, but it was typically, oh, okay, I'm here since 3 months, I have 100 days, and now I feel ready for adminship. Okay, no, you have to improve a little more. No.
Sounds good. And Francisco, one question for you before we switch to Vera, which is, you mentioned that early on you had to be asked a few times before you accept. Was there something that the Italian Wikipedia community could do for someone in your case that could make it easier for you to accept the first time they would ask?
Not actually not, because it was like more a sort of a character issue, you know, because I'm a bit reserved, a bit shy, so no, I don't want to deal with a lot of stuff, but once they enlightened me about what adminship meant, no, it was like, okay, the clear part is this, so don't worry. So reassure the user who maybe who can be admin, what that means and what it means not only for the community but also for him or her. So something which is not a big deal. Okay. And accompanying him.
Thanks for expanding. Let's go to you, Zarata. Can you say a little bit more about what is the process exactly in Ukrainian Wikipedia right now for having these shorter-term administrator privileges, and what motivated you to become one of these administrators?
Just to give you a little overview, in 2022, Ukrainian Wikipedia, as a matter of emergency, created a subtype of RFAs, a temporary adminship for 1 or 2 months. And the requirements to the candidates are basically the same as for permanent adminship. It's just the process of RFA is much shorter, and it could be closed as soon as there is enough votes for this candidate, and any bureaucrat can easily close that vote. And I think the first admin who got rights that way was elected within a day, because when you need admins right away, there is no reason to wait for too long. And this temporary adminship, which emerged as something that was needed in a state of emergency, eventually stayed. We still have those. There are still applications made, and it really helped us to introduce new people who never thought or agreed to run for an adminship before. And so I think this is a huge reason why Ukrainian Wikipedia is in the green on this chart right now. I personally ran for not a temporary but permanent adminship because again, with my motivation to not be as active as a temporary admin is expected to be right away, it was okay for me to go through the longer process. But again, those who maybe were too shy to run for the temporary thing, they were more eager and more open to the idea of becoming an admin for just 2 months. And the whole adminship, when it is perceived as a lifelong commitment, as soon as you get the rights, you're obliged to work as an admin for years to come. This is something that can be too daunting on people. And so I think that our experiment with temporary adminship was very successful, and I hope that it will continue. And hearing about experiments in English Wikipedia, I really want to emphasize, and it might be just for my community, but probably for other communities as well, we have one of the pillars that says that no rule is set in stone or something like that. And we really forget about that. Wikipedians don't really like changes. Whenever something changes in the interface, most of us are just, something changed again, even if it is for the better in the long run. And the same goes about rules for elections like this. We would really benefit from trying new things out, like English Wikipedia did with this admin election process, when they just tried different suggestions for a few times and then saw whether it works or not. Like, we don't have to make something perfect from the first try, and it is quite useful to remind ourselves about that. And so I'm really eager to see more experiments on the different election processes in my own community and in Wikimedia in general, because even now we have different processes in different wikis. For example, I like how Swedish Wikipedia only elects admins for 1 year, and then they need to go through a renewal process. And this eliminates the whole stressful request for de-adminship that exists in Ukrainian Wikipedia, for example. So we have really a lot of different, slightly different models in different wikis, and I think we ought to just try some of them in the wikis that never had them before.
Thank you so much for explaining more about what's happening on Ukrainian Wikipedia, and also this call for openness to experimentation. I think this is, again, tying back to this point that we observed in the research around insufficient interventions, and I think it's a call for all of us to kind of be open, encourage our communities to be open to experimentation, and hopefully this kind of conversation helps for each of us learn what are the different ideas that are out there that maybe we can try. Okay, I would like to open the room for questions for the panel. I ask that we keep the questions not about the research itself so much. I think we have opportunities to talk about the research in other places, but if you have questions from the panel about the things that you heard, their opinions on different topics, please raise your hand and we will circulate the mic. I want to come back eventually to the panel with some questions, so we're going to take maybe 10 minutes or so for now for the first round of questions. So let's start with Andrew.
Oh, no, I'm going to let him go first.
Please, Andrew, go first, and then we're queuing.
Maybe we'll collect it, okay.
Yes.
I'll just put what I put into the chat, which is a little bit on research, but mainly just for the participants. The nature and need for admins may have changed over the years. The addition of bots, scripts, tools, Huggle, filters, abuse filter, rights, spun out to normal users may affect how much an admin is actually needed today versus 5-10 years ago, right? So has that been accounted for in the research, or it's very hard to, right? And how might we do that? Is it easy to track the effect of new scripts and bots on this landscape? So I know it's not supposed to be a research question, but they might have answers.
Exactly. Let's go to the panel.
Same question.
Take that one, because the reason why my second RFA was successful was that I was doing very genital task, and I'll recognize Moppy is in the room here. The reason why I identify a need is that even though back in 2008 there were already scripts to automatically transfer images from English Wikipedia to comments in a tool called Now Comments, I believe the current system still requires like a deletion on the local wiki before it would take whatever image or illustration on comments as the source. So for me, this task will still need to be done in 2025, no different than in 2008.
Anyone else from the panel would like to comment on this?
I would like to point out that even if we see a nice trend in the number of admins on Ukrainian Wikipedia going up, it also, one needs to consider that the scale of the project is also going up. So even with the new tools that we have, the sheer scale of the wiki is also growing. And so the more articles we have, the more users we have, the more admins we have just to, for the work that admins need to do, not to grow as well, because the less work is needed to be done, the more fun it is, I think. And so there is no harm in having more admins, in my personal opinion.
Cool. Thank you so much. And I'll add that the burden of administrative roles for the admins who are currently admins is definitely mentioned in the research as like one of the challenges they have. They're not departing for that, but they are calling it out that there's just too much work. Let's go to Martin.
Yeah, my point was more or less the same.
Okay. You want to go with it, Martin, or no?
Yeah, no, a few remarks. Technological changes, social changes, a decline or increase of editing on your local projects also changes the question of how many administrators do you need for a healthy administrative situation in your wiki. For example, I don't know, maybe Italian Wikipedians don't like or don't use edit filters, which explains that so many more administrators are needed for that. So one of the questions, I didn't just want to raise the point, was like, what's Italian Wikipedia? Do you have an increased need for administrators of administrative tasks? And what are these administrators actually doing? Because looking here, myself, the global admin or global steward, admin on German Wikipedia, feels more like technical things like anti-vandalism stuff is declining. There's no much more need for that because stewards tackle these, filters tackle these, and so on. But we see an increasing need for the conduct part, like solving problems and adding things. So Italian Wikipedia, where's the need?
Okay. I think one of the best part of Wikipedia in general, and it applies of course also for adminship, is there are a lot of things to do, a lot of skills required. So as you said, we need technicians, we need mediators, we need people who use a lot of deletions or blockings, something like that. For example, I'm very bad at technician stuff, codes, filters, something like that. I don't even approach that stuff. There are some, I will say, a lot of Italian admins who do. And I think the term is not just how many admins we have that can do that, but also how active they are. So we can have 100 admins, but they make one admin edit a month, so it's not enough. So we are lucky to have that. I don't know if it's enough, if they feel burdened about that, but they are quite skilled about that, so it's a good thing. Of course, moderators are very welcome, and it's something that we need to improve in our Wikipedia, but it's something that can be done also by other users, not just admins. I mean, it's not a prerogative. We don't need special rights to do that. So we are lucky to have sometimes also that skill in other kind of user without extended rights. So we try also to to make use of them because they are a resource very important.
Yeah, and that's a very good reminder that there is an on-ramp, or there should be more of an on-ramp from being an editor and then doing more moderation and patrolling work, and then gradually potentially becoming an administrator, and then moving on to check users and other roles. But there are all these roles that are important, and I think jumping from one to the next is hard, but creating ramps for moving towards one could be easier. Butch, you have the mic.
Okay, so related to that one, actually I'm in a country with 7 zombie Wikipedias. Like they are existing, no administrator except abuse filter. But when we try to recruit some potential editor, at least a potential editor, they started editing, but we tried to rush them. Probably you may consider admin, and then he mentioned there's no proper training or driving school for administrator, so they might overwhelm. And then another one who got an admin right, we're surprised with the number of tools that he has to work on, and had second thoughts now and consider withdrawing as an admin.
Thank you so much. Any reaction to what Butch shared?
I would just like to say that, for example, we feel something like that, not on Wikipedia, but for example, in Italian Wikiquote, which is a smaller project. We are like 6 administrators with no particular technical skills. So every time we have to make some particular technical edit, of course, we don't have to deal with a lot of vandalism like Wikipedia, but anytime we have to do something like that, we go to Wikipedia and say, please, is there someone who can help us with that, because no one of us can. And we are lucky, of course, because we have a lot of users there, a lot of technicians who can help us with that. In the case of a school for adminship, it's something, for example, we talked about, and it's something that we started to think to do in the future in order to help a sort of a handbook or a sort of a small course for new admins, not to become admin, but for people who have just become admins, in order to help the user to orienting, to all the stuff, all the tools, and I think it could be something useful. I know, for example, that German Wikipedia or Wikimedia Deutschland, I don't know, makes something like this, or make some admin con, something like that, and these gatherings can be a very resourceful stuff.
And kind of bringing back the 2 points about like an on-ramp or like a driving school example that Butch uses, I think there also needs to be some quality control and quality insurance, because my example was that I had a bad admin coaching, and that actually resulted in my failure for the first one. So it's kind of like, sure, if you go to driving school, cool, but if your driving instructor tells you that you drive better after drinking alcohol, then that might not be the best instructor. So that's kind of where my take is at.
Wikimedia Ukraine in the past years took it very seriously to help new admins, and since there was a boost in number of admins since the temporary adminship inception, they are now providing support for new admins and are working on amassing different types of instructional videos and having events for admins and patrollers from time to time in order to give them more knowledge and direction into different tools that will help and automate at least some of their work. So yeah, I'm rather surprised why this wasn't one of our focuses before, but thankfully it is now, and so I think that this will be a permanent policy to have to help new admins right away, and to raise awareness about this support, that it exists, so that people weren't so frightened going in.
Thank you so much. I also just want to recognize the people who are joining us online. I see the Etherpad. I'm seeing your comments. I see Jan, Ainali is there, and Sandra is there. If you have questions, please type as well, but that would be a good resource for us to come back to. I'm going to take a couple of more questions from the room and then come back to the panel. Please keep your questions short if you can, so that we can, and also responses if possible. So let's start from here.
Okay, I just first want to quickly add my +1 to what Andrew and Martin have already said about, maybe we can do more with less, although that doesn't mean we should stick with less. But going to admin recruitment, I think that one issue that wasn't brought up, but I think is out there, is a perception among users that who don't have the admin bit yet, that if they do take it, they'll have to pretty much give up on content creation. And I know from personal experience, this is not true. I also suspect that some admins backed away from that so they could work on content more. But I've had a lot of successful content, lots of DYKs, lots of good articles on the English Wikipedia since I became an admin. And, I'd like to hear from the panel if this issue is, what their take is on this issue.
I think it's absolutely true. We have experienced that. Of some doubts about people who are asked to be admins and say, yeah, but I want to keep deal with content. Yeah, you can keep dealing with content, but if you have to make a deletion, you don't have to propose deletion and make another admin, but you can do it yourself and something like that. You can do, you can be bold, it can be anything you want, as in the spirit of Wikipedia. One of the main concerns on Italian Wikipedia is not, in the last years, I am afraid of leaving the content editing, but I'm afraid of being too exposed, because dealing with delicate stuff and deleting something, blocking someone, and people get angry, so maybe they can get at you. And there was a very serious case of doxing the last years. A guy, a self-called journalist, who found in some way all the real names or surnames of all the administrators and published them on his blog. Some of them were inaccurate, some of them were missing, but it was a very serious issue. And now we are experiencing that some users are afraid of becoming admin because of that, because they don't want any trouble with in their real life, and I think this is something that we have to deal very seriously.
Thank you so much for raising that. Just if I can ask Max for you to just stand up and show yourself to everyone. Max Binder from our Trust and Safety team. If you have safety questions related to adminship work, please reach out to Max. He would be happy to help you with some guidance.
Max Fisher with Trust and Safety Human Rights. There is a digital safety clinic outside on the table. If you have any questions specifically, I'm happy to answer any questions. But very briefly, I guess I sort of see the safety and for the admins, sort of three things. One thing was mentioned earlier, the community aspect of it. I think if you want to have a safer environment, the community and policy changes is sort of the first way to go, and we shouldn't be afraid to try new things in terms of how we set things up. Then there's the individual proactive aspect, especially when it comes to issues like doxing. How conscious are you about how open you are outside and what effects that might have? And then of course the support that we're able to provide in the foundation if something were to go wrong.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm going to take two more questions from the room for now, because we have limited time. So let's start from you in number one and then two.
All right, yes, so Young Jim from Korean Wikipedia. By the way, Mopi, how did you think about this? Okay, so my question is, not my question, but my insight is that somehow the coronavirus pandemic has been attract a lot of viewership for Wikipedia and itself. However, the viewership has been dropped. Why I'm saying about this censorship and viewership is I think it's my kind of impact to the number of administrators as well, because they are
busy. They're kind of focusing on the Wikipedia as like the evacuation from the pandemic. But however, after that, it's like kind of like the peoples are getting outdoor space once again, and like those peoples are not interested to become the administrator as well. And also another thing I have to add is that some other legal threats. So those are kind of things like thinking somehow some administrator concerned, and that makes somehow they just like resign the administrator.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing that insight. Any immediate reaction from the panel or otherwise? Okay, let's move on to the question and then come back.
Thank you. Twin Musia from South Africa. I'm a little part of this conversation and to hear that there is support available. Because I've been having concern that African languages, especially indigenous languages, are not being administered by those who speak languages. Most of these admins are based overseas, and it does compromise the quality of articles that we want to create. And at times, the process is really, I would say, maybe complicated and takes time to appoint us. And also it affects the growing of our languages. Now, how can we really get people like myself who is advocating for Sesotho, which has got just over 1,400 articles, and its main page was last created and changed in 2004. So I don't think that's really fair to me and my community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that point. And I think this, I want to maybe just ask for the panel's reactions or thoughts on the topic of diversity in adminship. I think we can think about the geographical diversity of the admins. We can think about the gender diversity of admins, of another topic that we have discussed in other places. But particularly for the project where we have editors and administrators, or could have administrators from different parts of the world, how can we increase the diversity of the admin group? What have you seen working well? What have you seen maybe not working so well?
I would say that firstly, having the admins who actually speak the language of the wiki is absolutely necessary. So as soon as you see that there is a user that can be possibly a good admin on that wiki, I think you should approach other communities, starting with English Wikipedia probably, for some advice, for some training. We have the global group of global admins, right? Those who can make admin actions on smaller wikis. I'm sure they could help because without the very local admin, I think there is less chance of surviving for that project, frankly. Having more diversity would also be very important, and I think for Ukrainian Wikipedia, personal approach was the best method that we tried. Basically just talking to prospective admins one-on-one, like, hey, we would like to have more women in the admin group, or we would like to have someone from diaspora, for example, in order to just cover different time zones, which is also not an unimportant aspect of adminship. And just speaking personally and answering the concerns of the very individual you're speaking to, I think that is the best approach we have now.
Thank you for sharing that. And I will say, you know, while the decline in adminship is concerning, and we're here to talk about that, I want to encourage us all again to think about, as we are thinking about recruiting more admins, this is a moment also to think about how to increase the diversity, because we are adding more people. So let's be really mindful of the people that we approach, the people that we mentor, the people that we go to and create pathways for, because we have an opportunity and perhaps a responsibility for increasing that diversity within the work that we do. I would like to switch gear to a last topic, in the few minutes that we have left. Over the past few days and in this conversation, we have been talking about some potential interventions we can have on our projects. The idea of termed administrator rights has come up, as user Ata shared. Swedish Wikipedia, and if I recall correctly, at least Norwegian Wikipedia is experimenting with this model, or have this model of limited number of months or years that you become an admin, and by default your adminship ends, and then if not continue, you can apply for it again. The temporary administrator practices are being tested and experimented with in Ukrainian Wikipedia, potentially a couple of other Wikipedias. Reducing administrator loads, reducing kind of the load on the term, what it means, what are the kind of responsibilities for this group, maybe dividing it into smaller buckets of work further, and distributing that work further has come up as an idea. Mentoring potential administrators has come up over and over in the sessions that we have talked about this. I want to first hear the panel's reaction. Is there something from this list that is missing that you think we should add? And let's start from Francisco, Andrew, and then user Ata.
Okay. I think the first thing a community must ask themselves, if you pick, for example, the graphs, the plots on the previous slides, is what is happening. For example, if we have a steady trend, it means that all the old admins are staying there and there are no joinings, so we have to work about recruitments. If it means there are a lot of joinings but also a lot of abandoning, you have to work about burnout of the current administrators. When you thought about that, then you can choose the right one. For example, temporary administrator rights we used in Italian Wikipedia some years ago. In the beginning, it worked a bit, but then it was not so popular. So I think the big issue is don't make a big deal, reassure the users, and keep the free spirit of the beginnings, because it's more, I don't know, a human issue than a technical or a structural issue.
So my point is not just about recruitment, but also the retention. What I see is that being admin, it's a thankless task, literally. And at least in English Wikipedia, you are never thanked for your service until when you actually hand in to resign, then they say, thank you for your service. And I would actually like to ask anyone in the audience, in your local Wiki community, is there any time where they actually thank you for your service? If there is, could you raise up your hand? A few, okay. So, but definitely less than a quarter. So I see that there's even something as simple as just like a recognition, or just say like, or even like automated, like when you get your first edit in a new Wikipedia, then they would say like, oh, congratulations, thank you for picking your first edit. Something as simple as that could also help in terms of, or maybe some notification could also help in the recruitment or the retention of administrator.
Very much agreed. Everyone likes to receive note of appreciation, however small. Going back to recruiting new admins, I would like to note that in Ukrainian Wikipedia we have a page called Administrative Work for Everyone, and there are listed things that are considered to be sort of administrative work but don't require admin rights. And whenever we face a person who, I don't know, is not satisfied with the work that admins do, we can point them in that direction and say that, hey, you can yourself pick up some of the work, and then when you feel comfortable, you can apply for adminship. And this is that additional step between a regular editor and an admin that I think have helped several people.
Thank you so much for sharing that. So we'll make sure we add these to the pool. We are Unfortunately, over time, it's amazing how fast these conversations pass. Thank you so much for contributing to it. I want to ask you all to help me thank the panel for taking the time to come and talk with us first. If you're interested in continuing this conversation, which I hope you are, first of all, we're going to be here for another 10, 12 hours, and there's an Etherpad attached to the eventier. Feel free to go there, share your ideas. I know we had at least 3 or 4 hands up that we didn't get a chance to go to, so please do that. Please keep the fire on. We will do what we can. Like, I am personally committed, and we are committed to support you in this work. If facilitating these kind of spaces is helpful for you, please just reach out. And again, thank you so much for taking the time and engaging. And again, thank you for being on the panel.
صباح الخير على الجميع. I'm sorry for everyone. This session will be in Arabic, so you can use the interruption for translation. Okay. أهلا بكم شباب. إن شاء الله اليوم هنتكلم عن جلسة نقاشية نتكلم فيها عن أهم أو أكبر المشاكل والسلبيات في داخل مشروع ويكيبيديا العربية، ونتكلم أيضا عن العلاج أو وصفات العلاج المطلوبة في المستقبل. أوكي. طيب عشان بس نكون واضحين، يعني إن شاء الله فكرة الجلسة بس أوكي. فكرة الجلسة باختصار شديد إن إحنا حاليا بنحاول إن إحنا نجمع أفكار وملاحظات وآراء كلها تهدف إلى علاج أي سلبيات أو مشاكل داخل ويكيبيديا العربية من أجل تحسين الأوضاع الحالية ومن أجل أيضا تفادي تكرارها في المستقبل. طبعا كما نعرف جميعا أنه الوقاية خير من العلاج، وطبعا نحن نعمل على علاج المشاكل بشكل تدريجي. هذا يعني أكيد ده طبعا يكون أفضل بكتير من أن نتركها تتراكم بشكل كبير لحتى تصل إلى وضع سيء جدا. طبعا هذا لا يغني إطلاقا عن حل المشاكل الحالية، بس فكرة الجلسة ان احنا هتكون شيء يعمل بالتوازي مع الجهود الحالية، وهدف هذه الجلسة هو المستقبل. نبحث كلنا يعني جميعا عن فكرة المستقبل. طيب ان شاء الله بس يعني حتى نكون واضحين، يعني عندنا ان شاء الله قواعد في الجلسة هي ان شاء الله تكون مطبقة على الجميع. اول نقطة طبعا يرجى عدم التطرق الى أي قضايا حالية سواء يتم التحقيق فيها أو يتم النقاش حولها، سواء بواسطة لجنة تحكيم مؤقتة أو اللجنة التنسيقية. أوكي، تمام. يعني ما حدش يتحدث الآن عن نقاشات. اتفضل. تمام. مرحبا رمان. تمام. الشرط الثاني معلش يعني رجاء عدم الشخصنة أو التطرق لأي اسم مستخدم آخر.
إبراهيم، السؤال لأول مرة أجت في بالي نقطتين. النقطة الأولى هي إداريا، لأنه أتابع الموضوع تقريبا أسبوعيا، ومقارنة باللغات الأخرى عدد الإداريين في ويكيبيديا العربية جدا جدا قليل. يعني فإحنا لما نقول جدا قليل هذا في سلبيات اثنين. السلبية الأولى أنه عدد أصلا عندي شغف بالتحرير، فأنا لا أشعر أني ساهمت بشكل كافي إن لم أحرر أو أضف. فلو أنا فلو أنا حررت وأضفت وقمت بالمهام الإدارية سيأخذ وقت طويل جدا أكثر ما أستطيع أن أعطيه مثلا للموسوعة. فأنا أقترح أنه نشجع الناس أكثر، لأنه كلما زاد عدد الإداريين عدد المهام الموزعة لكل إداري ستقل، فبالتالي يكون الموضوع معقول وقابل للتنفيذ. والموضوع الثاني نفس اللي حكوا في عباد وعادل وحتى إبراهيم، موضوع هم يسمى بالعربية الاستدامة أو السستينابيليتي، ولكن أنا عندي رأي مش متطرف، يعني رأي متحيز قليلا أنه نحن نوعا ما السبب في تناقص هذا العدد. لماذا؟ هناك يعني من الصحي كما قال عباد عندما نرصد السلبيات أن نعترف بها، لأنه إن لم نعترف بها لن نستطيع حلها. هناك كمية تعقيد غير مسبوق في كل المجالات داخل الموسوعة. المحررين القدامى والمحررين حتى اللي ذوي الخبرة مهما كان عدد سنواتهم ينظرون للأمور من منظورهم الخاص. هو فاهم، هو يعرف ماذا يعمل هنا وهنا، فيحتاج إلى سياسات أكثر وضوابط أكثر، هذا مفهوم. ولكن المستخدم الجديد، أنت تذهب مثلا، أنا عملت عدد كبير جدا من ورش العمل والعروض التقديمية وحتى يعني المحادثات لجذب. أنا عن نفسي مثلا عملت للنساء كثيرا، يعني لردم الفجوة بين الجنسين. معظم ما لاحظته أنه يعني بنسبة 90% عندما تبدأ النساء في التحرير يصدمن، أنت تدعوهن لشيء جديد، لخبرة جديدة لا يعرفونها، يصدمون بكم التعقيد في الإجراءات. وأنا لا أريد أن يعني هذه الضوابط هي ما يجعل ويكيبيديا العربية يعني في منزلة جيدة من حيث العمق. ما أدعوه أن نختصر الضوابط إلى المهمة، ثم يكون لدينا نظام أعتقد أنه غير فعال بطريقة كافية، هي نظام الإرشاد أو المنتورشيب. عندما يدخل مستخدم جديد ستأتيه رسالة في صفحة نقاشه أنه فلان هو مرشدك في الموسوعة. كم حالة تعرفون أن هذا المرشد تابع بالفعل خطوة بخطوة مساهمات هذا الشخص وصلحها له أو استرجع له مقالة كي يعدلها بصورة جديدة؟ لا يوجد. فمع العلم أننا نقوم بكثير من المشاريع التطوعية، يعني نساعد بعضنا البعض في مشاريع كثيرة داخل الموسوعة، فلو أضفنا لها مشروع سواء للإداريين أو لا أعرف، مثلا أتتني الآن فكرة أن نختلق فئة جديدة مثلا المرشدين. هو مجرد عندما يأتي شخص جديد يكون معه، هو الأشخاص الجدد لا يعرفون المجتمع إلا من أتى عن طريق شخص من المجتمع، ولكن عندما تذهب إلى ورشة عمل وتسجل، طبيعة الإنسان يستحي خصوصا في مجتمعاتنا العربية أن يلح على شخص معين أنه ماذا أفعل، لماذا مسحت مقالتي، صحيح. وممكن الشخص هذا لا يجاوبه يعني. فأعتقد لو هذه المشكلتين في رأيي قلة الإداريين وجذب عدد أكبر من المستخدمين الجدد، سنلاحظ يعني لو اعتمدنا خطة عمل على مدار سنة لردم هذه الفجوتين وحل هذه المشكلتين، أعتقد أنه سنرى مردود ونتائج ملحوظة وملموسة جدا في وقت قصير.
نعم صحيح. بالمناسبة يعني أنا أقول أنه فعلا أبرز سلبية فعلا تواجه ويكيبيديا العربية فكرة الأشخاص الجدد واندماجهم داخل المجتمع. هي فعلا مشكلة فعلا كتيرة، يعني مش عامة على كل الأمور، بس انا لاحظت في احيانا بعض الحلول يمكن انا لاحظتها كنا مع الاخ حبيب، لانه يعمل حاليا مع فريق النمو في المؤسسه، فلاحظت انه كان بيتحدث بس عن فكره ان هو يعني كان في بروجرام او ادوات بتساعد الاخرين يدخلوا فيها، بس المشكله للاسف اللي دايما في الموضوع هي وجود زي تقول الوسيط ما بين الجديد والقديم، او اللي هو الشخص اللي هو يعني يقول انه منتور او معلم يحاول يدرب الاشخاص الجدد على الدخول في الموسوعة. طيب عادل، انت عندك رأي تحب تضيفه؟ طيب اتفضل.
شكرا. عدد الإداريين 26 وليس 16، هذا أول شيء. الإشكال مش في العدد، يعني الإشكال في النشاط. يعني حتى لدينا إداريين جدد هم لا ينشطون، يعني صراحة. حتى وضعنا يعني سياسة يعني حتى وضع شروط أنك يكون عندك 120 تعديل في 6 أشهر إلى غير ذلك. كان نقاش طويل جدا، طويل إلى درجة يعني أنا فقط نتكلم أن كل هذه الأمور نوقشت في هل نزيد العدد، لأنه في آخر المطاف زيد العدد أغلب يعني يأخذ الصلاحية كتايتل كاسم ثم يختفي. يعني عندنا كثير من الإداري، أو العكس، تسرع في جلب الإداريين. التسرع نقولها تسرع، كاين تسرع كثير في بعض الأحيان، وين الإداري يعتبر الإدارة قيادة وهي ليست قيادة، أنت لست قائد، يعتبرها قيادة. أنا نظن إضافة أو عدم إضافة إداريين ما هوش هو صلب الموضوع. صلب الموضوع كيف نجعل الإداري نشط، كيف نجعله نشط. شكرا.
وعادل أشكره عادل إنه كلام عن النقطة اللي دي بالضبط النقطة الأكثر جدلا، واللي حبيت إن شاء الله نتكلم في الجلسة، هي فكرة أو لا الديبيت أو الخلاف الشهير المستخدمين والإداريين. كل شخص منهم قد يحمل وجهة نظر في هذا الموضوع. يعني طبعا بعض الأحيان في يعني يتم إلقاء اللوم على المستخدمين العاديين، وآخر يلقي اللوم على الإداريين. طيب فإن شاء الله في الجلسة هنعمل شيء طريف جدا، إنك عايز تضيف نقطة. طيب
شكرا إبراهيم. حبيب مهني، مستخدم في ويكيبيديا العربية، إداري في كومنز فريق النمو. أوافق جدا رافان في أنه يجب أن تختار إما أن تكون إداري خاصة في ويكيبيديا العربية، أو تساهم في نشر مقالات أو في الكتابة. الاثنين معا
في صعوبة
كبيرة جدا، وفي النقطة الثانية أريد أشير أن هنالك برنامج للإرشاد الوافدين الجدد، نسميهم الوافدون الجدد، وهم المبتدئون الذين ما إن يسجلوا على ويكيبيديا العربية يتحصلون أوتوماتيكيا على مرشد. المشكلة الوحيدة
أيوة.
أن قلة المرشدين كقلة الإداريين، لذلك تبقى أسئلة الوافدين الجدد اللي هم ليس لهم أي خبرة في التحرير ولا يجدون من يستمع إلى أسئلتهم، يجدون صعوبة كبيرة جدا. أعرف أن الكثير من الأسئلة هي متكررة، كيف أنشئ مقالة، كيف أضيف صورة، لكن يجب هنا أن يكون هنالك طول بال من المرشدين والمستخدمين العاديين لتشريك الوافدين الجدد الذين سيكونون يوما ما إداريين آخرين.
شكرا. طيب نرجع بس النقطة الثانية إن شاء الله في نقاشنا. أكيد طبعا أشكر زميلنا حبيب على المداخلة، وأشكره طبعا على مجهود كتير يعني بنشوف في فكرة تدريب الوافدين الجدد. طيب نرجع بقى للنقطة يمكن عشان نقطة جدلية كتير ناس بتتكلم عنها، وهي فكرة زي تقول الخلاف ما بين إداري ومحرر. طيب في اختصار شديد، أنت الآن إداري وكنت محرر قديم، حاول أن تتكلم عن وجهة نظر هؤلاء ووجهة نظر هؤلاء.
حنتكلم يعني ربما هي المشاكل كما قلت، يعتقد البعض أن الإدارة قيادة أو حكم أو جاج أو غير ذلك، وهذا أكبر خطأ وموجود في الفئتين، يعني في فئة الإداريين وفي فئة المحررين. الإداري يعتقد أنه له سلطات غير مطلقة، والمحرر يعتقد أن الإداري يتعسف في استعمال سلطاته المطلقة. لكن الأمر خلاف ذلك، يعني نحن إداريين، لدينا إداريين أقدم مني ب10 سنوات، عادي نتنازع معهم عادي جدا. يعني هناك نوع من الديمقراطية، نوع من الرأي، من أخذ الرأي. معنا علاء قديم، معنا إبراهيم، معنا غير، ما فيش مشكل أنه أنا يراسلني إداري وأنا إداري ويقول لي لا عادل أنت أخطأت، أو العكس. أنا راسلت مثل باسم عدة مرات، أنت أخطأت هنا، أنت أخطأت هنا. راسلت ميشيل إلى غير ذلك. يعني أنا بذكر أشخاص لأنهم إداريين معروفين، ما عندناش إشكال. لكن أنا أرى رؤية أنه بعض المحررين يعتقدون أن الإداريين كأنهم عصابة، وأنهم يجتمعون في مكان خفي ويأخذون قرارات تعسفية إلى غير ذلك، وهذا خطأ كبير. لأنه جيد. أنا كل مرة أقول لسنا حتى على قلب واحد، يعني لا دين واحد ولا وطن واحد، يجمعنا شيء واحد وهو ويكيبيديا العربية، اللسان العربي. وأقولها وأعيد، اللغة، اللسان العربي، هذا ما يجمعنا. في حين في بعض الأحيان نقول، لست أقول بأن الإداريين منزهين أو مقدسين، هم يرتكبون أيضا أخطاء ويرتكبون نوع من أنا أسميه تفسير خاطئ لبعض السياسات أو لبعض الصلاحيات. لكن هذا التفسير الخاطئ مش معناه أنه هو في حد ذاته أنه شخصن الأمر، أن أقول أنه فلان الإداري فلاني يكره الشخص الفلاني، والعكس. الملاحظة اللي لاحظتها مؤخرا وخاصة مؤخرا أنه صار نوع من الحرب، من التعنت، من الشخصنة، خاصة نقول الشخصنة، أنه مثلا فلان يقوم بتنبيه فلان، هنا ليس بإشكال. ماذا سيحصل؟ فيصل يرسل لي في صفحة نقاش يقول لي عادل أنت أخطأت في نقل مقالات كذا وكذا وكذا. كيف أرد له؟ قالوا نعم، أعطي له رأيي. قل له أنا أعتقد أنه هذا رأيي، هذا كذا. كان لا، يقول لي لا. في آخر المطاف نتوافق على شيء، يا إما هو إذا كان هو وينتهي الأمر. لكن لا أشخصن، لا أقول أنا فيصل صار عدوي إنه ينبهني. نفس الشيء بالنسبة للآخر. المجتمع العربي لا يتقبل النقد، وأقول وأعيد، المجتمع العربي لا يتقبل النقد. لما نتقبل النقد لست بمنزلة لا تتقبل النقد. أي شخص يتقبل النقد سواء إداري أو مستخدم أو حتى جديد. يعني بمعنى آخر، حتى لو أتى شخص جديد وحدثت معي أنه لاحظ أنني أخطأت في شيء ما، أرسلني بلغة غير محبذة، قال لي أنا أخطأت كذا، أنا لا أشخصن الأمر ببساطة. أين أخطأت؟ أتوقف عن ذلك الشيء الذي أعمله، أجد أحاول أن أعرف أين الخطأ أو السبب، إن كنت مخطئا أعتذر بكل بساطة، أعتذر وأصحح خطئي ولو حتى كان مستخدم جديد. العكس، إن لم أكن مخطئا حتى ولو كان إداري قديم أحارب بالإقناع، أقنعه بأن عملي صحيح. في آخر المطاف، وأقول وأعيد أنه في آخر المطاف حتى لو تنازلنا أين المضر؟ يعني في آخر المطاف لدينا رأيين، يقول فلان أني كذا والآخر كذا، وحتى ولو كنت على صواب أتنازل، وهذا ما أراه من أهم وصفات.
بس عفوا إبراهيم، بس أجاوب على النقطة. هذا كله ذكرته عادل فيما يخص شخصك الكريم، ولكن هل يعني نحن جميعنا يعني نألف الموسوعة وما يحدث فيها، ولكن هناك إداريون يشخصنون الأمور. هناك إداري معين يكره أو لا يحبذ موضوع معين أو لا يحبذ شخص معين، نرى هذه الأشياء بأم عينينا. ستراه أنه ترك 700 مهام إدارية وأنفق 7 أو 8 ساعات في ملاحقة تعديلات شخص معين أو في ملاحقة تعديلات موضوع معين. ففي الحالتين كما قلت أن نتقبل النقد. ما عملته ما تفعله أنت الآن كما شرحته من الألف إلى الياء، أنه إن كان إداري أو كان محرر جديد تتقبل النقد، تعتذر إن أخطأت وتحارب إن كنت على حق. ولكن يجب أن كل مجتمع لديه قوانين، وكل مجتمع لديه نظم معينة يمشي عليها. يجب أن نتأكد أن الإداري إن لم يكن من نفسه يقوم بما تقوم به يجب أن ينبه.
بس أعتقد دي مشكلة شخصية بعض الشيء، يعني مثلا تكون مشكلة في بعض الأشخاص. يعني هو عادي مثلا عجبني الطرق فكرة إن هو ثقافة الاعتذار مش متوفرة، ثقافة الاعتراف بالخطأ مش متوفرة.
لا بس الكل يلوم على المستخدمين أنهم يشخصنون. عادة المستخدمين هم من يشخصنون. المستخدم يشخصن يقول الإداري
خطأ في الشخص نفسه يعني.
لا، يقول الإداري الفلاني يعني مستقصدني مثلا. وهو يحدث في أحيان كثيرة هم على خطأ، ولكن في بعض الحالات قد تكون النادرة صحيح هناك بعض الإداريين أيضا ممن يشخصنون الأمور. فالموضوع سلاح ذو حدين.
لا هو أنا أرد عليها بس معلومة. وأنا شايف إنه برضه صلب المشكلة أساسا عدم الالتزام أيضا بالقواعد والسياسات. دي أشياء أساسية، لأنه إحنا عندنا شيء مثلا قاعدة، أشهر قاعدة في ويكيبيديا على مستوى المشاريع كلها، افترض حسن النية. المفروض قبل ما أتطرق مباشرة إلى الخلاف لازم في افتراض حسن النية. صح؟
أنا أضيف نقطة فقط. هناك نوع من الاهتمام، يعني أنا إداري معين يهتم بموضوع معين، هذا ليس بتصيد. أنا بخبرتي مع الإداريين أعرف كل إداري ما يهتم. الاهتمام بالشيء والتصيد شيء آخر. مثلا أنا أهتم بمواضيع، أنا العكس، أنا لا أهتم بمواضيع الصحراء الغربية. أقولها لك، أنا لا أهتم بها، ليست لأنني لا أريد أن أهتم بها، لأني أعرف أنني جزائري وأنه راح يكون عندي مشكل أني لو اهتممت. لكن كاين آخر مثلا يهتم بالتاريخ العثماني. كل شيء عنده علاقة بالتاريخ العثماني ستجد أن ذاك الإداري يتدخل. هل أقول أنه يتصيد؟ لا. أمر آخر،
قصدك يعني من ضمن اهتمامه الطبيعي،
اهتمام
مش
طبيعي،
اهتمام خاص.
نفس الشيء نحن يعني كإداريين نلاحظ، لأننا عملنا هو الملاحظة، نلاحظ سلوك معين غير بناء أو تخريبي أو غير ذلك، يصبح في قائمة المتابعة وليس بما أنه يتصيده. هذا المفهوم اللي يفهمه كثير من المحررين أنه يقول يتصيد. لا، أنا مثلا لاحظت تعديلات معينة غير سليمة، أخذت هذه التعديلات، وجدت أن مستخدم معين هو اللي يقوم بها، أنا وضعته في القائمة، أخذت جميع تعديلاتي، راجعتها تعديلاتي لمدة سنة.
أنا عايز أسألك سؤال بسيط يعني سريع بسيط. هل تعتقد أنه هذا السبب يعني أو يقول جلط أو لو يقول يعني ذنب أنه هو إداري؟
جيد، هذا هو ماذا رأيت أنه
يعني لما عادي
تخيلي معي عودت تعديلاته فوجدتها مشبوهة بالأدلة. قمت بما يلزم، يعني حذفت ما حذفت، عدلت ما يجب تعديله، وفي الأخير راسلته يعني بتحذير وتوضيح. أتدري ماذا قال؟ أنت تتصيدني. تخيلي معي، يعني لا أظن، أنا أعرف تقريبا معظم الإداريين، ربما أحد 2 3 ربما ينطبق عليهم، ربما، أنا لا أقول لكن أغلبية الإداريين لديه اهتمام خاص وليس بالتصيد. ولذلك دوما أقول أنه ربما نحن الإداريين لا نعرف كيف نسوق لأنفسنا، يعني لا نعرف كيف يعني يوجد إداريين ليست لديهم طريقة تواصل يعني يتعامل يعني أنا لو حتى أشخصن لك كل إداري وطريقته كاين إداري العادي مثلا حذفي أنا حذف لي مقالات وقام بكذا وله غلظة في الملحوظية يعني أقولها يعني صراحة له غلظة في الملحوظية يعني أنا أمور أراها ملحوظة هو لا يراها ملحوظة لكن يبقى دوما
صح. أحيانا ممكن سوء الفهم شوية بعض الشيء. طيب عشان بس نسمع رأي عباد في الموضوع، رأيك في هذا الموضوع يعني من وجهة نظر إداري أو وجهة نظر محرر، ما رأيك في الموضوع؟
هو أنا هربت من طاقم الإدارة
بس يعني حدثنا عن خبرتك على السبق يعني.
حاضر. هلا بصراحة أنا بشوف إنه في إساءة فهم لمفهوم الإدارة أو دور الإداريين. شيء بنقوله دائما طبعا بالسياسات، المفروض إنه الإداري هو بالضبط يعني هي مسؤولية، هو ليس صاحب قرار، هو المفروض يكون بيقوم بالمهام، بالحذف، بالصيانة، هو موجود ليساعد المجتمع ليخدمه وليس لحتى يكون بالنيابة عنه أو لحتى يقوده. وبشوف إنه بصراحة سلوك المجتمع أو طريقة نظرته للإداريين أحيانا بتكرس للفكرة الخاطئة، لأنه كثير بشوف وين رأي الإداريين، وين حكمة الإداريين، نحتاج إلى إداريين يتدخلوا بالنقاش ويساعدونا. يعني هي بصراحة النقاشات والموسوعة كلها المفروض إنه المجتمع ككل، المحررين ككل متساويين بكيف كيف دورهم فيها، والإداري فقط بيدخل لحتى يعمل خلاصة النقاش ولحتى يسكر النقاش، ليس بناء على رأي الإداري وإنما بناء على جهد هو فعليا رح يبذله بقراءة نقاش مطول جدا وباستخلاص شو هي النتيجة للمجتمع ككل توصل لها من هذا النقاش. بشوف أنه على مر الزمن، على مر السنين الماضية، صار تعزيز للفكرة الخاطئة، الفكرة الأولى، وبالتالي حاليا الإداريين لما يسكروا النقاشات ربما بيكون عم يدخل رأيهم الشخصي فيها. بتذكر قبل فترة كنت عم شوف نقاش على الموسوعة الإنجليزية، كان نقاش طويل جدا، ويمكن كان نقاش حتى عن الانتي ديفاميشن ليج لما بطلت مصدر معترف فيه بويكيبيديا الإنجليزية. فبتذكر اني شفت اداري انجليزي حاطط خلاصة النقاش وعم يحكي انه انا والله اول مرة بغلق نقاش، فهون السياسة تبع اغلاق النقاشات انا حاولت قدر الامكان اني اتبعها بحذافيرها، لكن اذا انا اخطأت بشيء حدا ينبهني. فكنت عم فكر يعني انه لما يكون عندك هي السياسات اللي مصاغة بشكل جيد، وانه الاداري واضح عنده شو هو مطلوب يساوي، شو هو يعني المسؤولية اللي عم يتولاها، فهذا رح يساعد انه فعليا الاداري يعرف انه هو شو دوره بالنقاش وانه هو ما عم يساهم برايه الشخصي. وهذا بيجيبنا لنقطه اخرى لحتى نرجع على موضوع تجديد الاداريين اللي كنا عم نحكي عنه قبل. كان في بظن انه واحدة من المشاكل برضه اللي عم نواجهها هي انه عدد الاداريين قليل، وبالتالي الضغط عليهم عالي، وهذا الشيء بيزيد من نوع المشاكل ومن وجهة النظر، لانه في غرفة سرية عم يجتمعوا فيها الاداريين ويصيغوا يحكوا نظريات المؤامرة. بظن انه اذا عندنا تنوع اكثر بالاداريين فهذا الشيء بالعكس رح يزيد تنوع وجهات النظر ورح يقلل اللي عم نشوفه. وواحدة من الأشياء اللي شفناها بجلسة فريق البحث تبع المؤسسة إنه تقريبا معظم الموسوعات عدد الإداريين يتدنى، إلا عدد قليل جدا من ضمنها كان ويكيبيديا الإيطالية. كان في زميلنا حسام الدين اللي هو كأنه غير موجود اليوم، بس حسام الدين بيحكي إيطالي، فهو نوعا ما ألقى الضوء على كيف ويكيبيديا الإيطالية عدد الإداريين فيها فوق 100، ومع هيك عم يتزايد، اللي هو شيء غير معتاد بين الموسوعات الضخمة. ليش؟ لأن عندهم ما بنضطر إنه ما بنعامل الإدارة على أساس إنها مسؤولية أو صلاحية، يعني بده الواحد يكون سوبرمان لحتى يوصل لها ويكون من أعظم فلاطحة العلم، يعني لا، إنه في عدد تعديلات معين أي شخص بيوصل له تلقائيا بيصير مؤهل لحتى يكون إداري، وبينفتح عليه نقاش إذا هو حابب. أنا بعرف بدون ما حتى أسأل إنه المجتمع العربي رح يرفض هاي الفكرة ويحرقها ومستحيل يعني حتى يناقشها، لكن بشوف إنه آخر نقطة بدي ساويها إنه واحدة من أسباب إنه ربما الإداري ينظر له على إنه هو شخص كتير مهم والله ومسؤول الدولة اللي بدنا نروح نركع عنده،
ان الاداره تعامل على انها يعني كثير صلاحيه عظيمه ما ممكن يوصل لها الواحد الا بعد 20 سنه من الخبره بالموسوعه. انا
خلي بالك تطرقت لنقطه مهمه اللي بتتكلم عن فكره الاداري هو مثل الشخص العادي مجرد بس موظف يؤدي ادوار اضافيه.
بالضبط، فانا ما بشوف انه لازم
مش
الوصول للاداره،
مش مدير او مش بيرأس هو الموسوعه،
وبالتالي مو المفروض حتى الوصول للاداره يكون شيء صعب جدا.
تمام
وبس.
طيب طيب انت عندك حبي تضيفي اي شيء؟ طيب انا عامه اوكي طب شكرا رافان. انا عامه دخلت على الميدان كان عندنا يعني فكره فيه، حبينا نستمع لاراء بعض الاراء فيه، بس ما فيش غير لكن راي واحد بس. كان شخص بيتكلم عن مشاكل يمكن خارج النطاق بتاعي، بيتكلم عن مشاكل تقنيه تخصهم يعني في الاتصال وخلافه. قلت له يعني المشكله دي ممكن نحلها مع المجموعات المحليه. طبعا نقاش على صفحه الفيسبوك ما فيش اسئله، فطبعا يعني نتجه الى اسئله الحضور. يعني يحب يشارك معنا؟ طيب شنو ده؟ بس يعني باختصار سريع عشان ناخذ اكبر عدد من الاسئله. تفضل.
باختصار سريع يعني هو سؤال يعني مدموج مع يعني الحلول. يعني تكلمنا عن المشاكل كثير ولكن يا ريت يكون فيه حلول يعني واقعيه. يعني الموسوعه العربيه حاليا هي راهي في 1,200,000 مقاله وتزيد. الموسوعه مثل جميع الموسوعات الويكيبيديا بصفه عامه، مشروع ويكيبيديا يعني تجاوز مرحله 20 سنه، يعني هو ماهوش مشروع شاب يعني.
صحيح.
والموسوعه العربيه كجميع الموسوعات الاخرى يعني وصلت لمرحله وين يعني ما بقاش فيه يعني هذيك كيف نسميها يعني مرحله الطفوله وين يكون فيه يعني الناس فرحانه.
المفروض يعني مشروع ناضج
يعني نضجت لدرجه انه يعني فيه المشاكل يعني ممكن يجب ان نعتبرها يعني مرحله يعني طبيعيه. نستغل الادوات الجديده اللي هي الذكاء الاصطناعي مش لتوليد المحتوى ولكن لدعم الجدد
ودعم التعاون.
تبسيط السياسات بعد ان عقدت صارت تعقيد يعني عشان يعني تدفع يعني مقاله جيده يعني عندك يعني يلزم يكون واحد فيه يكون جامعي اكاديمي الى اخره عشان تنبع.
مشكله فعلا.
احترم هذا الطرح ولكن يجب تبسيطه. نحتاج الى لجنه اعاده قراءه السياسات لتبسيطها وليس لتسهيلها، لتبسيطها للجميع. نحتاج الى
اعتقد الاي اي وغيره وسائل حديثه ممكن تسهل يعني تفسير
اكيد. نحتاج الى امور اخرى مثل يعني تدريب الاداريين. واينوت الاداري يجب ان يدرب كيف يجيب او كيف يرد على الرسائل. يعني هناك لهجات في الرسائل هو بصفه طبيعيه
مهارات الاتصال زي
مهارات الاتصال يعني تكون يعني لابقه يعني لدرجه ان الجديد يجب ان يكون مرتاح لهذا الجواب ليواصل العمل ولا يقع عليه يعني احباط من هذا الرد يعني يصدم.
صحيح
يعني هذا الرد.
صحيح. اشكرك محمد كثير يعني. وانت فعلا تطرقت نقطه مهمه فعلا. احنا المفروض مشروع يعني قديم المفروض نتجه للامام لا نرجع للخلف. مظبوط صحيح. طيب علاء بتضيف رأي؟
امانه.
خلاص اوكي فيش مشكله. طيب مين عنده؟ اتفضل نعيم.
انا نحب نتكلم على مشكله اللي هي نتصورها مشكله كبيره مشكله في الويكيبيديا العربيه، في ويكيبيديا بصفه عامه. ومن حكم تجربتي في برشا مشاريع هي استمراريه المستخدمين الجدد. انا خدمت برشا مشاريع نعملوا ورشات نستقطبوا المستخدمين يخدموا معنا في البروجي ورشه 2 3.
في اسباب ممكن تمنعهم
لكن يكونوا مثلا 20 نحصلوا منهم زوز يبقوا الاستمراريه. هذه نشوفها اكبر مشكله اللي هي
طيب انت شايف في سلبيات بتؤدي الى منع استمرارهم؟
اكيد. اكيد
في صعوبه وسياسات ومشاكل.
صح
تمام.
ويشوفوا انه فما شويه تعقيد، واضافه الى ذلك تهديد وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي اللي هي
اصبحت فعلا من المشاكل يعني. صحيح. اشكرك نعيم.
يميلوا وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي.
نعم صحيح صح. طيب نعطي الميكروفون تفضل.
استكمالا للنقطة اللي الأستاذ
محمد بشندر.
أوكي. المستخدم الجديد، أنا كمستخدمة 2015 اجيت للويكيبيديا وهذا. المستخدم الجديد أو هذاك الوقت اللي كان يعانيها إنه كثرة مثل ما تعقيد السياسات أو كثرة السياسات. أنا قريتها كلها، هذا السياسي يوديك على سياسة ثانية، يوديك على سياسة ثانية، يوديك. فالمستخدم الجديد راح يضيع. مع العلم أنا محبة للقراءة وبقرأ كثير. أنا يعني عن طريق رابان اللي هي الورشات اللي عملتها أنا فهمتها، المختصر المفيد، الكور أوف ذا بروجكت خلينا نقول. ويا التطور هسه طبعا هذاك الوقت أنا 2015 16 ما كان في أي وهذا. هسه عن طريق اي حتى لو فيديوهات صغيره، حتى لو هذا الواحد ما يقرا، قرايه صعبه شويه صارت هسه مع الاسف، بس كفيديوهات تعليميه او خلينا نقول صح، هذا يساعد كثير المستخدم الجديد على الاقل يروح على التراك. إذا بس راح على التراك أو خلينا نقول الطريق الصحيح هو راح يستمر. الاستمرارية عن هذا يعني حتى راح يساعد الإداريين إنه يسهل مهمتهم أكثر.
على فكرة أنا أتطرق بس الفكرة كان يعني خارج شوية نطاق ويكيبيديا العربية. إحنا بنتكلم يمكن عن مشاريع ويكيميديا. أنا كتير معجب يعني عشان أنا كنت في لجنة المنح بفكرة زيادة إعادة النشاط للمجموعات المحلية، لأن دي بتساهم زي تقول في الجهود الفردية أو جهود حتى المجموعات المستخدمين. بتساعد كتير على مثلا زي ما بتقولي كده تبسيط السياسات، ممكن تقدم دروس تفيده. يعني انا دي شيء برضه من الحلول، ان ممكن المجموعات المحليه يكون لها دور في مساعده المجتمعات نفسها في انها تعالج ممكن مشكله مثلا تبسيط السياسات وخلافه. يعني نقطه فعلا اشكرك عليها مهمه. حبيت اتفضل.
اضافه فقط يعني مش تبسيط السياسات او غير ذلك. هو سلاح ذو حدين السياسات. الان نحن نتناقشوا بضبط السياسات. بالامس او بالغد مع ويكيبيديا اخرى او اخر مع المؤسسه، احنا سياسه الحياديه سياسه قديمه، يعني رايحين نعقدوها. يعني ياتي بعد شخص اخر يقول لي لا بسطونا ما تعقدوناش. كاين فرق بين ان نضع سياسات واضحه محدده حتى لو ان شاء الله تكون 100 ما هوش اشكال. احنا العكس، مجهودات اداريين مشكورين كثير انهم منذ 3 سنوات وهم يحاولوا انه يحدثوا السياسات وما زالوا عندنا سياسات قديمه ومستهلكه وغير ذلك. انا ما نقولش انه نقول تبسيط في الفهم وليس تقصير، يعني ننقص خطا تبسيط. امر ثاني مع باشون قال الذكاء الاصطناعي، عندنا مجموعه دعم ويكيبيديا. شخص جرجس اداري واجهه اقترح اقتراح رائع انا جربته. يوجد هناك بودكاست بالصوت وثنائي الصوت، جربته. في مشكل بسيط فقط أنه لغته العربية ليست أصيلة يعني، ولكن مفهومة، ولكن جيد جدا أنه أخذت أي سياسة أضعها هناك يعطيها لي بودكاست وثنائي سؤال جواب. هذه من بين أمور احنا نعمل عليها. ما نقولش نعمل عليها هو مشروع، لكن يمكن أن يكون مشروع أي شخص أنه نعمل على أنه نكتب أنه جميع السياسات حتكون بودكاست سريع. بالنسبة للفيديوهات نفس الشيء إلى غير ذلك. نرجع نقطة ما ذكرناهاش كثير، هي مجلس التحكيم. احنا الويكيبيديا
يعني دي نناقشها محليا اكثر، بس هي اكيد من نقاط الحاجات المهمه.
ما عندناش مجلس تحكيم
يعالج شويه بعض المشاكل، صح؟
ربما يعالج قضيه زياده عدد الاداريين. انا ما زلت في نفس الراي، لاني في مجموعه نقول لك مجتمع اخر ويكي مصدر عندنا 10 اداريين. اروح شوفوا وش كان 10 اداريين اسما فقط. يعني كل لدينا نفس البساطه الويكيبيديا الايطاليه، انه مجرد عندك نوع من التعديلات، انتخابات بسيطه وانت اداري. ولكن هل حللنا المشكل؟ هل فعلنا ويكي مصدر؟ لا، على العكس. الاشخاص اللي فعلوا الويكي مصدر هم الاشخاص اللي يعملوا مع المجموعات، هم اللي ينظموا الورشات، هم اللي يجلبوا لنا اكبر عدد من المساهمين. لذلك اعتقد انه يعني هي يمكن تفكروا في عدد الاداريين، لكن هذه النقطه قضية استمرارية مستخدمين الجدد هذا مشكل ليس غير ويكيبيديا العربية. يعني
هي مشكلة شائعة عامة في المشروعات فعلا، يمكن حتى
وأنا مع تدريب الإداريين. يعني نتمنى لو فكرة تدريب الإداريين على مهارات الاتزان وغير ذلك، نتمنى تكون هذه.
يعني معلش كلامك كان، بس أنا شايف إن في دمج شوية في بعض الأفكار، بمعنى انه حاليا ممكن وسائل الحديث زي ما انت شفت كده، يعني تجربه جرجس يعني اللي هو زميلنا جرجس دوت يعني عمل تجربه بسيطه جدا، خلى الاي اي يقرا مثلا السياسه ويحولها لشكل من الاشكال. دي شيء مثلا مفيد. فانا بنتكلم زي ما بنتكلم كيفيه استخدام الادوات الجديده اللي اتكلم عنها باشون، انك انت ممكن تستخدمها في تبسيط الامور، ممكن برضه في التدريب تستخدم في امور كتير. يعني انا شايف ان دي برضه من صح من الاولويات يعني.
الاولويات. شكرا.
طب تمام، شكرا لك. طيب تمام. عامه انا ملاحظ كده ان احنا يعني او زي ما بيقولوا كده صلب المشكله يكمن في القواعد نفسها، او يعني تقول يعني زي ما نشوف كده ارشادات، قواعد، نظام. يمكن دي اكتر نقطه انا شايف انها يمكن سبب المشاكل كتير، بسبب انه فكره عدم انتظام القواعد او القواعد نفسها مش واضحه. الشيء الثاني احيانا معظم القواعد مش مؤلوفه على المجتمعات العربيه بالظبط، يعني بتكون فيها بعض الخلل، بيكون فيها بعض عدم تغطيه الجوابات، جابز زي ما بيقولوا كده، او الفجوات فيها كتير. فيعني هل انت متفق مع هذا الراي يعني مع عباد؟
انا شايف انه مضى الوقت تقريبا. ممكن تكرر السؤال بسرعه؟
طيب هو بس يعني انا بتكلم حاليا ان صلب المشكله يكمن في القواعد نفسها او في النظام يعني فيه.
بشوف القواعد بدها كتير تحديث. موضوع سياسة الحيادية في عنا جلسة بنصح الناس يحضروها. عن الاي اي رح احكي بسرعة، شايف معنا 30 ثانية. انه سهل جدا انه نصنع تشات بوت، هذا شغلي بالحقيقة. يكون تحديدا وظيفته هي انه يجاوب عن السياسات او يلخص سياسات يشرحها لمستخدم، فهذا ممكن نساوي. شخصيا مستعد اني اساوي هي المهمه، لكن محتاج تمويل بسيط للتشات بوت، بيحتاج يعني ريسورسز لحتى يشتغل. الشيء الاضافي انه انا بشوف هي ليست مهمه ذكاء اصطناعي، بشوف اهم شيء باستقطاب الناس بصراحه هو وجود اشخاص اخرين يظهروا لهم الاهتمام والدعم والمنتورشيب اللي ذكرتها رذان بالبدايه، بتوقع هي من اهم الامور.
Abraham, excuse me, we're out of time. Thank you so much.
شكرا.
طيب اوكي بس اضاف اوكي. عامة النقاش يعني مستمر معانا ان شاء الله في الميدان بعد الموضوع. شكرا لكم. شكرا لكم جميعا.
One, two, three.
One.
One, two, three. Yes. Yes.
Now.
Yeah. Hello. 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 My name is Victoria, and today I have a presentation called Beyond Women in Red, Struggling with Gender Equity in Russian Wikipedia. First of all, I want to ask you, do you know what women in red are? If you know, please raise your hand. Almost everybody, but not everybody. So, Women in Red, that is celebrating 10 years this year, is a decentralized project which is increasing representation of women on Wikipedia, and they create new articles. Usually the articles that are not here are in red, and that's why they're called Women in Red. And they close the gender gap, or working on closing the gender gap. What is the gender gap? Is a difference between how many women we should have and how many we have, because approximately 50% of all the people in the world are women. So we would expect to have 50% of women in the among the readers and editors and admin and so on. But this is some research that was done on our readers, and you can see that we have only 25% women readers of our content. And then when we move to editors, first of all, let's see at newcomers, which is the blue graph. So we have 24% of newcomers, and then we have 13% of editors. So the newcomers, there should be 50%, it's 24, and then it drops to 13, and then we have only 7% of women admins. And why is it important? I mean, why should we care? It means that we're missing a large chunk of population. If you're talking about newcomers, 25%, which would increase our numbers. So it's not a zero-sum game. It's not like if there are more women, there is less men. No. It would mean, for example, if we increase the percentage of admins women, it means additional women, additional admins. And there was a lot of talk here at the conference that the number of admins is falling. This is the missing people, missing Wikimedia. So we have an inverted funnel. We have some gaps in contact. Then we have fewer readers, women readers, because there is a gap in content. Then fewer newcomers and fewer editors. So I would like to tell you what happens to the articles written by Women in Red, because Women in Red did a lot to increase representation of women among the articles. But my talk, it's called Beyond Women in Red. What happens to these articles? This is a Russian Did You Know? Again, who doesn't know what Did You Know is? Good, everybody knows. So the articles are nominated. You can see nominations on the left, and then people, the editor of the edition, choose them, and they put them into a thing on the right. And it's good to have your article presented in here because it's on the main page, and usually it gets a lot of views. So you increase visibility of the article if you put it into Did You Know? And here we have a table which compares issues for 1 year, 2024, and issues that were edited by me. And you can see that in general, we have 80%, almost 81% of men presented in Did You Know nominations. And then share of the articles for women is 7%. So in all the edition, except for mine, it's 7% articles, links lead to women. And these are new articles. And in my issues, it's 10%. So it doesn't look big enough, but if you compare it, I have 30% more women. And why is that? Because I don't ignore them. So the only articles that go into my Did You Know are good articles and good nominations, but the rest of the editors just ignores them, and that's why I have more of them. And that's what happens with women. They get ignored. Another problem is that when editors do propose some nominations, they define women were men. So that was a nomination that proposed to write a daughter of British Member of Parliament became one of the top members of British intelligence. And I looked at the article about her father, and he's notable to have an article, but that's it. He wasn't even a shadow minister or anything. He was just a member of parliament. And she is one of the top persons, everybody in British intelligence. I rewrote it, and a female teacher was one of the 5 people who knew about Oleg Gordievsky double game. So, and I also used her picture, which is important as well, because the nominations with pictures, they are more viewed. And I was vindicated when I saw other editors picking up after me and saying that don't define women, we are their men, fathers, husbands, brothers. They're notable is themselves, otherwise they would have been mentioned. And another problem is visibility of women even when they're nominated. Here is a sample article, and remember that 80% of the links will lead to articles about men. So if you think it's a man, please raise your hand. Well, because of the topic, you know that it may be not a man. How about now? Is it a man or a woman? It's hard to say, right? So it can be either. It's androgynous pirate person, ship captain. This is Carla Clark, and she's a woman. But when I went into the article, it's all activist, blah, 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 and I don't know who this person is. So I changed it. And here we come to the second part of my talk, and it's about feminitives. It's not in all languages, but even English language has them. So actor, actress, for example. These are words used to denote female individuals, and the feminitives itself is in red because there is no article on English Wikipedia about it. So what happened to the feminitives in Russian language? In the early Soviet period, there were new feminitives appearing, emphasizing the equality between men and women, and there was a lot of words in Russian language. But then, as Stalin came to power, feminine forms started to vanish, and masculine titles became the neutral standard. For example, engineer said, female engineer said. The more prestigious the job, the more masculine form dominated. And this is still so. This is the current state, sort of. Most professions use masculine forms unless it's female jobs, such as tailor. And the rule in Russian Wikipedia stated that basically if there is a dictionary that says that this is colloquial, you cannot use it as a feminative. And there is a lot of dictionaries that say that it's colloquial. I decided to change it, and this is arbitration committee decision, and as a result of a related issue. I was told that if I mention gender conflict in any way, by gender conflict meaning that women get suppressed, I will get blocked. So the best way to solve the problem is to forbid the person that talks about the problem to talk about it. However, there was a positive outcome from it. The arbitration committee believes in equality between men and women, great, and it proposed to conduct a survey. But survey takes a lot of time with uncertain outcome. I decided to go through the forum rules and propose to change the rule to make it more permissible. Part 1, almost 14,000 words, no summary. I restarted it again. I tried to accommodate everybody. And I was attacked from the right, people were saying that you don't need to see women. Let them work. The Wikipedians, you don't need to know that there are women. And from the left, who were saying that my rule change is not radical enough. We must be more radical. So these left-wing men, they knew better than me, a woman, of course, what would be better for me. So then I lost my cool and had a bit of a will war, including blocking a technical admin. At the end of it, there was a summary of bureaucrat who basically confirmed my proposal. But as a result of it, there was an ARPCOM case, confirmation of my flag, and no sanctions to the male admin who was involved in the will war. In the confirmation, 55% were in favor of me keeping the flag, which was higher than I expected because there was a lot of hate about it. But it wasn't enough for me to keep the flag, and I surrendered it. Now, the rule was changed, and in bold, you can see little changes. That's what it took. A lot of words, a lot of discussions, a lot of hate in the confirmation to change these several words. But I will show you the difference. So under old rule, feminative of teacher was allowed. Fact checker, which is a new word and not in dictionaries, was not allowed. Now it's allowed. Farmer, again, wasn't allowed, was allowed. And civil servants still not allowed. So I shifted the rule, and now feminitives are more acceptable in Russian Wikipedia. Right, and I will leave you with a quote of a user who wrote that the main gender will always be male, and female gender will always be catching up with varying degrees of success. It would be more successful to use gender-neutral words, but nothing is moving in this direction. And as far as he understands, the feminist movement is very far from such words, both ideologically and in terms of understanding the Russian language. So the feminists basically don't understand Russian, including myself, presumably. Conclusions. Systemic linguistic barriers contribute to the invisibility of women in Wikipedia projects, and this contributes to the gender gap. In Russian, it is advisable to use additional gender identification markers in the articles, such as feminitives. And efforts to bring equity are often met with editorial pushback, administrative sanctions, or policy constraints. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. I know that Russian is not the only language which faces this gendered grammar, so I wonder if you've had any contact, any communication with your colleagues who work on Polish or Ukrainian or Bulgarian, and how do they handle this issue?
I know that Spanish also has this, but in Spanish it's more acceptable to have them. They don't blink an eye. professora, well, that's not Spanish anyway. In Ukrainian, the community is more open to idea of gender equality, and they have fewer problems as far as I know. And Ukrainian is not that as rigid as Russian. I don't know what's happening in the Polish one, but it would be interesting to check. Yes, it's a related Slavic language, yes.
So thank you very much. I would very much like to collaborate with you because I'm from the German Wikipedia, and the German Wikipedia has the same problem. There is the rule that you should not use the word, the feminine form. And we have had several tries to change this rule, but we never succeeded. It was always against changing it. And I'm a linguist in Slavic languages, so I know Polish and Russian. And I've worked on that, and I know that in Polish it is much more advanced. Nowadays they use the feminine forms. I don't know what about Polish Wikipedia, but in normal language, in everyday language, they are much more advanced. And in Germany, it was like that in the eastern part of Germany, you had big influence from the Soviet Union, and the women even in eastern Germany didn't want to use feminine forms for themselves because they thought that it would be not an acceptable form. And we fight until now, and I don't know where it will lead, but I would very much like to collaborate.
Yes, I had this slide where it was that it became more prestigious to have a male designation. So, for example, it's more prestigious to be called the teacher, учитель, male, than female, учительница. It's like getting lower significance. So, a lot of women don't like it, and but how I changed it, that was done where this rule appeared that I had to change is that somebody started creating Femininitives and putting them into different articles, and that was I pushed back. So make it as restrictive as possible, and the rule was based on one dictionary. What happened, I didn't do it. These are people who were involved in discussion. They compared lots of dictionaries. And when you compare lots of dictionaries, you see that some, I had pluses and minuses, some are acceptable. So it widened it. I don't know if anybody will be doing it because I sort of left Russian Wikipedia, but hopefully people will pick up, and they created, there is a large table that says which ones are permissible. Thank you.
Victoria, what will it take for you to get your admin bit back?
I'm not doing it. I had enough of abuse for several years. So thank you, but not thank you.
Do we have the folks online joining? Yes. Hopefully. Okay. Welcome everyone to this session, which names is supposed to be on the screen. Yep, but if I click, yep, okay. I click too much. Okay, so yes, so first slide is not working. It's okay, welcome. Anyway, we are all working for the Wikimedia Foundation, and we are members of the contributors group. So this session, the goal of this session is to tell you a little bit about our group, what we do, which features we can provide for your wikis, and also what is our strategy for the upcoming years. So so this group is 4 teams compose this group. We are going to introduce each of these teams, and not everyone is present today, so the faces may be a bit different. But overall, the 4 teams have been focusing on features that help you, users, to do successful edits on the wikis, no matter who you are. The growth team takes care of the newcomers. The editing team takes care of the editing environment, like visual editor and Wikitext. Moderator tools make sure that everyone who reviews things on the wikis get the right information at the right time, and the connection team takes care of the everything that allows people to work together. So I'm Benoit, the one at the top. I work as a movement communication specialist, so I'm the person who usually contacts the communities in order to give you all the good news about what these folks have been building. And we are led by Sonia Perry, who's up there, with our group product manager, so that we work together and do things together. So on the introduction, I will let Kirsten start briefly. Who are you?
Hello, my name is Kirsten Stoller, and I am the product manager of the growth team, so the team that is building tools to onboard new contributors. And I'll pass it over to Sam.
Hello, hello. Hi, I'm Sam. I'm the product manager for the moderator tools team. Our team kind of builds the tools that support patrollers and administrators and other folks with advanced rights. I'm also an admin on English Wikipedia, where I've been editing for, I guess, over a decade now.
And yes, I should say I'm Ilana, but I am not Ilana. I'm Benedict. I'm also here on behalf of Ilana, which is the team project manager for campaigns team. And we're just interested in making your life as organizers, be it wiki projects, be it events, and just helping the contribution space, the collaborative space, and yeah, that's me.
Thank you. And I will be representing Peter Pelberg, who is not with us today. He is the project manager for the editing team, and it's the team that takes care of the editing environment. So when you click edit, you are using our features. Okay, so we do a lot of things. Here is a short list of the features we've been working on recently, the new ones and the future ones. And the list is not exhaustive, so we are going to highlight a few of these features in the next slides. And advice, if you want to get a good grasp of what will happening, as we will have a workshop afterward, please take notes, take pictures of all the information we will give you, because it could be useful for the workshop or even for your wikis. Ready? Kirsten will start.
Okay, so one of the first things to know about growth features is that you might not have them. As an experienced editor, when we released features for newcomers, we didn't release them to experienced editors. However, you have access to them within your settings. So if you go to your preferences, you can enable the newcomer homepage and check it out. And have access to all the features I'm talking about today. The newcomer homepage is just a clear kind of dashboard place for new account holders to navigate and get started. We provide suggested edits from this homepage, which help new editors find articles that need edits. We also have suggested edits, there we go. And mentorship is also on the newcomer homepage, which connects experienced editors with newcomers. You can easily ask your newcomers can easily ask their mentor questions and get answers. And next slide. And then suggested edits, as I mentioned, these are on the homepage. You can find suggested edits that are based upon maintenance templates that editors can suggest. You can configure how suggested edits work on your wiki via community configuration. And there are several different types of suggested edits, and one of the types is a structured task, which are like add a link and add an image, which you've maybe heard of before. And I guess another important thing to know about suggested edits is you can use the filters to filter down to just specific topics that interest you. So if you want to edit just women's biographies or just articles about a specific topic, you can filter down and just see articles related to that topic. Next slide. And then community configuration, this is what I mentioned previously. Basically all growth features are configurable for your home wiki. So you can, any wiki admin can make adjustments to how these features work. You can modify what types of articles get suggested in the suggested edits feed. You can also set up mentorship, set up how the eligibility for who can become a mentor, that sort of thing. So if you've never checked out community configuration, it's one of the newer features that's available, and I would definitely check it out on special community configuration on your home wiki. And I think that was it, and I'll pass it to Sam.
Hi, so the project that our team has is kind of wrapping up at the moment. It's mostly sort of software complete, is Auto-Moderator. This is software which uses a new machine learning model called revert risk to identify edits that are almost certainly vandalism and then revert those automatically. It reverts those edits almost instantly and saves patrollers time having to kind of run through every single bad edit that happens to their wiki. They can focus on perhaps the more complex ones, the ones that require a human to really go in and review the edit. It is community configurable, so it uses the wonderful community configuration, which means that administrators can easily turn it on or off, configure the threshold, the settings, how it behaves, and various other features that it has in the software. It's only deployed on less than a dozen wikis so far, so if your community, if you think they might be interested in using it, we're very open to that. All we need is some local community consensus that your community is interested, and then file a fabricator ticket, we turn the extension on, and from then it's kind of out of our hands. It's fully up to you to decide, is it on, is it off, exactly how does it work. So there's more about that on MediaWiki. And then the project that we are currently working on is to use that same revert risk model that can identify edits that need to be reverted, and at a lower threshold, add that to recent changes as a filter. So some big wikis have the ORES filters, which can identify these kinds of edits that might need patrolling. But those were only ever built for a few wikis. Those models were never retrained after they were initially deployed, and there aren't plans to kind of retrain those or deploy them to new wikis. So the revert risk is the new model, and so we wanted to make sure that that was available on Wikipedia's on recent changes. And we've deployed that to, I think, about a dozen wikis so far, and we plan to continue rolling it out to more. So wikis that never had an ORES filter will now have a predictive filter for edits to be patrolled, and it will be there for those other wikis where the ORES filters maybe aren't doing so well anymore.
Thank you. So the editing team has been working on several projects besides the visual editor and the wiki text editor, and one of the most recent projects is the talk pages usability improvement. So the goal is to make a distinction between articles and talk pages. You probably all already seen people trying to create an article and talk page, or believing that it's not possible to edit the talk page because it looks like an article. So this was deployed at almost all wikis. Only a few are remaining, and I will probably contact you very soon about that. We put a reply button, for instance, that makes it easier to reply. You can use visual mode when you want to reply to a question, and of course, it's available on mobile and on desktop. One thing that is missing is the fact that when someone leaves a good comment, when you want to thank them, you probably all know that it's very painful to thank someone for their comment. So we will soon release in-context thanks. So the goal is to just add, after the reply button, 3 dots that would open a menu. That menu will be first used to thank people. For the ones who are at Portuguese Wikipedia, we already know that it's also used for the incident reporting system. So that small menu will come soon to your wikis, and it will probably expand in the future. And the big project the editing team is working on at the moment is called Edit Check. So as you probably already know, when you edit the wiki, it's very difficult to know what is the rule or the policy to apply. And this is why we decided to bring these policies within the editing environment. So for instance, the example on screen is that someone added a paragraph to Wikipedia, they clicked on publish, and then the system says, hey, maybe you should add a source, because you probably added a fact. So this is deployed at all wikis, but English Wikipedia should come soon as well. And we have 2 new checks coming. One about tone. If you write on an article that, well, the topic is the greatest of the world, it's probably that you've not understood what is encyclopedic style, so the system will tell you that maybe should be good to review the style. And we will also detect when people make copy-paste to the wikis. It's very often that the texts that are brought from other places are not encyclopedic content, so we want to make sure that people know about that. Benedict?
Yes. And for the connection teams, for us, we have a suite of features. And for that features, it comes as one, which is the campaign event extension, which comes with some of the features I will be talking about. The event registration tool is one of the features. I'm hoping a lot of you have started using it already. I mean, if you're an organizer and you've not started using it, you should think about it. Which this tool allows organizers to be able to, create and manage events on the wiki, manage registration on the wiki, where participants can register privately or publicly. When I say privately or publicly, this simply means that only the organizer would know, the organizer and the participant himself who registered will know that they registered for that event. They also get the automatic email that is being sent once you register, so that helps to take off some workload from the organizers as well. Also, it allows organizers to be able to email registered participants, which we have seen to come pretty handy for a lot of organizers. And yeah, it also integrates with the program and events dashboard. Some of us might know it as the Outreach dashboard. So that is the event registration tool. It has a lot of features for organizers. The next tool also is the collaboration list. Prior to building this, we and the movement usually find it difficult to find out about events that are coming up, not just events, but also wiki projects that are coming up or that are currently happening. This collaboration list is a global, see it like the global view or the global calendar of the wiki events from any wiki. Oh, I need to also mention this. These features are now available on all Wikipedias, all language Wikipedias. They're all, you can just go to, for this collaboration list, you can just go to special all events, all the A being caps, capital letter, and then the E capital letter altogether. And you would see a list of events where you can filter through. You can find events by topics. You can find events by country, by different filters, which again gives you a global view of it. And yes, we're also working on, we also have an invitation list. One of the challenges we also saw while building all of these tools was that organizers do, when I say organizers now, I'm referring to not just events, but also wiki projects. One of the difficulty is finding people who might be interested in your events. This tool allows you to do that. It allows you to be able to find people who might be interested in your events based on their edit history. These are people who have experience or have edited in that wiki. It doesn't matter with the wiki, it could be on Igbo Wikipedia, on Swahili Wikipedia, it doesn't matter. But you do have to also have a right attached to this tool. There's a right attached to for you to be able to use two of these tools, the invitation list and the event registration tool, and that right is the event organizer right. And this right, you can get it from your local admins. Just to summarize, lastly, we would also be deploying the campaign event extension, which is the full package of all these tools I've mentioned. We'll be deploying it soon on Wikisource, all Wikisource. I've already sent out a message, so you probably must have seen my message on your, for those Wikisource lovers, on your village poems. And also, hopefully, we'll also be deploying on Commons as well soon. So yes.
Okay, well, so that was an overview of what we've currently built, but what this session is really all about is about discussing the future strategy. So we just recently published a draft contributor strategy on MediaWiki, and that's what we're going to talk about a little bit today, but it is a draft because we want to start getting more feedback from you all, and so there will be a conversation here. But as far as why we are creating this contributor strategy, we know that the internet is changing. We see declines in active editor numbers, and it is definitely time for us to have a united front in how we approach this. We have several different teams within the foundation that thinks about editors in different ways and different parts of the user journey, but it's really time that we work together and make sure we have a cohesive long-term strategy on how to engage and retain editors and grow them into more advanced roles so that we moderators and admins have a funnel of people coming in and new generations getting involved as well. So the long-term strategy is been based on feedback from many different places already, the community wish list, conversations within the Product and Tech Advisory Council, different qualitative data research that we've done, experimentation in data, and many, many different discussions. And part of this will be the discussion that we have here together. So for how long term, this is meant to be, something that the contributor teams are focused on for the next 4 years. But the strategy is also, high level enough that it can evolve and change as we learn more and get more feedback from our communities. So I think I am passing it along to Benoit.
Okay, so the strategy as Kirsten mentioned, we have a long strategy that is available at Meta. We will give you the link after the discussion. That strategy is based on 3 pillars that are really, shaping everything. The document is way longer, that's the summary. So we want to simplify our volunteers find things to work on. We started this with some discovery possibilities with campaigns, for instance, and growth. But the idea is to have a way to find what you want to work on and to show the impact you have. And the idea is also to stay organized. We know that we have many features that exist that are community maintained, but not all wikis benefit from this. We also want to have the right structured task so that volunteers can spend their time in a useful way. For instance, when you are patrolling new changes, you sometimes don't get what is important to have a look at, which is what auto-moderator could help with, or the filters. For editing, for instance, where we have a check asking people to add references, it's, well, you have to check the reference, but you don't need to remove things or find the reference yourself. So the idea of this structured task is to help people to have a better workflow so that they will spend time on a meaningful experience. And the idea is still to connect people together, connections, that's his team, and also to show impact. On the home page, Kirsten shown the impact module, and we also have ways, for instance, edits done by auto-moderator or done through edit check are tagged so that you can find things and understand what's the impact of different features. So these three strategic pillars, we are going to work on them together. So the idea for the next step is actually to ask for your perspective. We thought that the room would have been in a workshop mode, but the tables were removed yesterday, unfortunately. So we are going to find a way to do things together. So based on all the features which we've shown you that exist or that will soon be deployed, the idea is that you and us will work on what could be the different options for the next generations of editors. And the first one, I think it's you, Sam.
Yeah, so Benoit gave a kind of brief overview, but this first pillar is really about imagining yourself in the shoes of a newer editor, maybe not brand new, but new enough that you have made a few edits, you've kind of grasped the concept that you can contribute to this wiki, and then what? Then you have the whole wiki to go and find all these different tasks, backlogs, articles that might need improvement, edits that might need review, discussions that need your input. It's really just a vast array of opportunities for you. And so what we're thinking is, are there opportunities for us to simplify that in some way, to surface those opportunities to people who want to contribute but are not sure exactly what they need to do or what they could be doing? So one of the ideas is kind of using that newcomer homepage idea, but extending it further down the sort of editor journey. So not just when you're very brand new and need those first ideas, but further down the line, what more could you contribute to and surface those opportunities to the editor? Maybe making that kind of modular, customizable, making that something that the editors can suit to their own needs in some way. And then also empowering the community to kind of drive what is being shown, not just have these things that the foundation thinks are the right things to show editors, but in some way make that a platform that enables volunteers to surface opportunities to each other. I'll be frank, that is about as far as the idea has gone so far. We're ideating, we're playing around with some ideas, but this really isn't that far down the road yet. And so if we go to the next slide, the idea here is that we would love to have a discussion about this. Given this pillar and these sort of ideas we have about how to achieve that strategic pillar, what thoughts do you have? What features or tools do you think we should build that would help advance that pillar? Now, as Benoit said, originally this was going to be like little table breakouts. I'm not sure that's going to work with this space. So maybe what we can do is have some roaming microphones and just kind of facilitate that discussion as a room. Thankfully, there's not too many of us here, so I think that's sort of feasible.
Also, folks online can participate. So I don't know if there's someone to voice their concerns or their questions in the room, but yeah, feel free to give us what you think about that strategy and what we, how can we address that issue?
Yes, hello, I'm Mikola Uzernik, administrator of Ukrainian Wikipedia, with like 15 years of experience. And I think what is most interesting in this is actually like seeing where your efforts are needed most. And this will be most useful for us as administrators or as experienced users, because, for example, most Wikipedias have like thousands of articles without references, with NPOV violations and like other problems. And it's really hard to see like, okay, I see this like 10,000 articles that need extra references, which one do I pick? So what would be really useful is to have some maybe overlap between like content area and probably like popularity, usefulness of the article, so that I can pick like, oh, I want to improve an article about biology, which are like the 10 most important articles to fix. And we, like, with my head of Wikimedia Ukraine, we were trying to do something specifically focused on like most popular articles, but currently it's very hard to do with the current tools, and something structured would be extremely helpful. So that we can point a user saying like, go to this special page, it will suggest you like 10 articles you can work on today in line with your interests that really need improving, and you will get like thousands of page views to see the impact of your contributions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janos from Germany, and I do a lot of youth support there. And I was also part of the youth conference in Prague earlier this year, and the results may be interesting for you. I don't know if you have them already. You have? No? Okay. Because there were a lot of things mentioned there that are important for new, especially also young editors. For example, a lot of stuff you were already working on, a more appealing appearance and gamification and so on and so forth. So I don't know all of it right now, but there is documentation at some point, and maybe I can also try to find it and send it to you or something.
Thank you for that feedback. I'll definitely make sure to follow up and read more about that. I wanted to note that if you're interested in the like gamification element of all of this, the growth team has a project that we're early design phase on called the progression system. So if you look on MediaWiki for progression system, you can learn a little bit about like early ideas that we're thinking about. Thank you.
We have a comment online. This is, would it be possible to entirely define a new newcomer task on Wiki?
To clarify, is the intention that like the community could define a newcomer task? I appreciate that we have to wait for the comment to come back in there, but is that the intention? Maybe we can go to another question and come back to that.
Yes, if that's the case, we already envision that, and probably the new homepage would cover this.
Hi. So, yeah. Well, at certainly Wikipedia, we have a page called Workshop, which is sort of what you aim here, right? But it's manually maintained and very low use, I think. So it combines a lot of different tasks, a lot of different templates, basically, that serve different purposes to tag articles about improvements. However, maybe a sorting feature. You have a list, but I also already talked to Sam about some different sorts and filters. I think that's always part of the solution. Even here, to sort of maybe sort by the number of bytes, or maybe I want to tackle something short, maybe something that's not really, and you can probably define maybe some other features you can sort on or filter on, so that you can have a better grasp of what's out there. Currently, it's really hard to find, what to work on, and thank you for seeing this as a way for us to sort of get there quickly. But yeah, just some sort of tools to sort and filter, so that you can maybe pinpoint what you need, what you want to work on at that point.
Just quickly, one thing I'm really interested on with that is kind of I'm curious what is on that page, like what backlogs are you surfacing, or what like work opportunities are you surfacing? Because here we have so many ideas about different kinds of things. I'm curious like what is going to be the most impactful?
Well, it's like needed articles, like a lot of red links. We have stubs, we have POV problems, we had translation problems, formatting, splitting, merging, all that stuff.
Got it. And maybe just quickly to build on that. Oh, go. Do you want to?
No, I thought it was done, so I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask if anyone else has something like this on their wiki, a kind of to-do list page, dashboard, like something that you're surfacing to editors as like, here's where you can go to find out what to do. Because I've seen things like this on a few wikis, so I don't know if anyone wants to talk about what that looks like on their wiki.
So yeah, my question was, which wiki was yours? Thank you.
So mine is not about a wiki, but it's kind of like this. I was thinking about editing campaigns, like Wiki for Human Rights, for example. Like, I feel like that organizes tasks quite well, and it can also like make you feel that you're a part of something. Like the impact is clear, and but unless I missed it, none of you have been talking about that. I wonder if that sits anywhere with what you're describing, campaigns, and I think it's a good idea. As long as a new volunteer you have a way of finding them, then I think it's a good workflow.
Yeah, so regarding campaign, one of the things we have currently is one way users can find events or campaigns that are coming up, and the ones that are currently ongoing. One other thing I wanted to also mention was that we're also currently working on impact tracking. So it helps organizers to be able to track on the wiki. For organizers, you can see what's the participants, the edits, like the edit count, the article edited, those kind of stats. So that's one of the things we're currently working on.
Sorry, I also wanted to mention the growth team worked on a new feature that I didn't cover in the slide deck called Community Updates, and it's a fully community configurable module that displays on the homepage. So if there's a particular campaign that is newcomer friendly at your wiki, that's a great tool to use. Any admin can set it up via community configuration, and once again, it's called Community Updates.
Yeah, so a bit on Daria's question, what we have done in Ukrainian Wikipedia is indeed we are promoting campaigns through either watchlist notice or site notice, and then a bit on the overlap what was asked. We have been adding like articles for improvement to campaigns for several years already. For example, for Sea Spring, we are saying like, here are the top like 10 worst articles about Poland that you may want to improve. Of course, 10 worst is hard to define because there is no good tool for that, but we like kind of handpick with some queries, stuff that seems to be like the worst interesting articles to do. Of course, the tool will be very welcome. And we have even run a couple of campaigns which only focus on improving articles because we felt that it's something that will like funnel the resources in the right direction. Not the most newbie-friendly thing to do, but very like experienced user-friendly task.
Yeah, just to add one more thing. So one other thing you can do in terms of also helping to flag those campaigns is the transclusion of the collaboration list. So you can now basically just import the collaboration list, and you can filter this based on the topic you're interested in, and put it on a page where users can see it, can see those campaigns, rather than even going to the collaboration list to see it. So that's one thing you can also do to help on your end.
Do we have questions from online participants again? No? Don't be shy. We have a question there?
Verena, staff at Wikimedia Deutschland. I'm wondering, all these suggested tasks and where people are guided to, that's usually very editing focused and very edit focused. But what we learned is, of course, in each community, each language, there's way more to do than just editing. There's people who organize events, there's people who engage in online moderation or help others. And I don't really have a clear suggestion here, but it would be great to also confront newcomers with the possibilities where they can engage. Maybe they're great organizer, and it would be a shame to lose them just because they're not super good at writing articles. And it would be really nice to very early open up also these possibilities. Of course, that would be the responsibility of each community to present these options, but it would be nice to have space for that somewhere.
Yeah, totally agree with that. With this idea, our current plan is that the moderator tools team is going to try this idea out in the context of patrolling and moderation. So put some prototype example together of what this could look like for a sort of moderator-focused homepage, test the idea out. But ultimately, long term, I think the idea is that kind of each of these teams might then converge on using this place to surface these different kinds of opportunities, whether that's the campaigns or whatever else. So yeah, that's the hope, I think, long term, is if this idea works, that we can funnel people to the things that interest them most, rather than assuming they need to do some specific set of things. You know, not everyone wants to be a patroller.
Okay, thank you. Well, Sam, you can keep the mic. We'll switch to pillar number 2. If that's you. No, it's you. Oh. Sorry.
So yeah, the next pillar that we wanted to talk about is appropriately structured tasks to help volunteers make the most of their time. So this can mean many things. Like right now, what this means for the growth team is we're building out structured tasks to help newcomers get started. Right now we have features like add a link and add an image that kind of break down editing into a very easy, approachable first step. And on the editing side, there's the edit check tool that kind of provides the right guidance in the moment as new editors are getting started, rather than making that big edit that isn't cited and later gets reverted and having a frustrated experience. We can provide kind of the guidance and structure up front. And then there's a lot of other things that may fall under this pillar in the future, and we'd love to hear from you. Like this could also relate to automation of repetitive tasks, especially for moderators and people who have overwhelming backlogs. How can the Wikimedia Foundation build tools to help reduce some of the repetitive tasks that are done? We'll definitely take a mobile-first approach within this pillar, but we are thinking about the desktop experience as well, of course. We want to hear about this, what features or tools could we build to advance this pillar, or what features could we improve to help with this? Yeah. Excited to hear from you. Does anybody have questions, thoughts?
The guidance idea was also something that came up on a workshop in Germany. So maybe you've heard of that idea also from the workshop there in Germany, or did you not?
I don't think I know.
Okay, because there was one person from Wikimedia Deutschland who told us that she wants to share the idea with you, but obviously she didn't. I mean the guidance idea, that you get guidance doing your edits at the moment where you need it, rather than having hundreds of help pages overwhelming you.
So for the folks online, we have 2 German folks trying to
sorry.
detail what's happening. No, it's fine, it's live, so...
Janusz, I think you have to explain the idea. I wasn't at this workshop.
It was basically the same idea you mentioned here at the presentation.
Oh, great.
Maybe there were a bit more details there, but I don't remember because it was a few months or even a year ago. So yeah, but maybe there are notes somewhere. I don't know.
Okay, if you mean the one about references being asked when people type a new paragraph, something like that.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, I shown earlier something where you add something new to Wikipedia, then you're asked to add a citation Is that what you had in mind?
Yes, stuff
it's
like that.
Yeah, good news, it's available at your wiki.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I'm maybe looking at things that too far in the future. So maybe more inspirational than like something that's achievable in the next couple of years. But what I, as a moderator and as a mentor and a patroller, always seem to have troubles with is people who write their first article and they're quite satisfied with how it looks, and it's trash. It's like completely unusable. And they're so convinced that, oh, I've done a good job, right? And no, it's not wikified. It's not. It's just plain text, you know. And some style guides, I think, would be really good to sort of tell them, oh, you know, you should create an. I don't know, the first paragraph. It has a name in English. I forget.
Like
lead.
The lead.
Yeah. Lead. Yeah. You know, lead should have a couple of sentences. You know, you should, you know, if it's a biography, you should include, you know, date, birth of date, and date of birth, and stuff like that. You know, you should include some links. You know, but not too many because that happens as well. Yeah, you should just add a photo, maybe an info box, or not right now because you're too new at this. And then, you know, references, which sort of, as you said, should work right now. But I see references just, you know, cherry on top. Like there's so many things before that, and like that styling and sentiment that you, or was it a different word you mentioned? Style, right? So is that like in terms of visual or language style? Because language style is something that's very hard to pin down, right? But it's something that we would need, right? So this is like sort of inspirational, you know, and having existing articles, especially good or featured articles as models, we always say that to newcomers, like, look at the article about Nikola Tesla, you know, he's a great guy and here's a great article, doesn't matter. And then, you know, they sort of, after a while, get a picture that, okay, seems like my article doesn't really match what we find as good-looking articles, let's say. And then, you know, I'm just rambling, so stop. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say that, yeah, I think that like the guidance needed for newer account holders to create articles is definitely something that like comes up again and again in the wish list and in community discussions. And there is going to be a team that is starting to think about that. There's research going on right now around how we can structure the article creation process so that there is like a little bit more guidance and structure rather than just, you know, having a fully blank canvas to get started. Like we know what, we all know what a Wikipedia article looks like and needs, but how can we structure that a little bit for new editors as they get started?
On the fact that we want to guide people to be more successful, you know, having the right thing at the right moment. This is also what you try to do by providing the right task they can work on when they start, and then in context elements so that they will understand what are the policies. But it's also something the communities need to take into consideration. At my home wiki, French Wikipedia, my personal goal is to change the color of the banner, the maintenance banner at the top of the article that says you need to fix the spelling because it's at the same level of importance as that article has no sources. So guess what people do when they get these two banners? What do they fix first? So this is also something we are working on, which is to provide the right guidance at the right moment, but also have a hierarchy between the different elements to show what's important first, and then the rest, yeah, you don't care.
And if you're particularly interested in that topic, check out Fabricator. There's a task called Guidance for Article and Section Creation, and that's where some of the research will be reported and topics related to that will live. Any other thoughts? Oh.
Yeah, I think it would be extremely helpful to have more integration with sister project when it comes to structured tasks. Especially, I think if I might be interested in writing an article, it would be helpful for a user to easily find if there's already an existing Wikidata item, because that might provide some external IDs or sources that may help me to write an article. Or if I'm editing, I would like to have an easy way to find out if I can add an image to the article. For example, the image suggestion is, as far as I know, not enabled in the German Wikipedia, because the licenses are not always compatible between the different projects. And to make it more easily to interact with the different sister projects might be helpful for users.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. I feel like I hear more and more of that. So, thanks.
We have another online comment. JN Squire said, it really would be useful if we could get mobile-friendly basic modules to update or set up a wiki project easily, such as presenting the project, create a basic bibliographical list, register to a list of participants, get notified by new discussions, topics, or even announcements for campaigns. Because wiki projects are newbie-friendly at all for the moment, especially for mobile-first African contributors. It would be lovely if someone could forward this to the team in Nairobi.
Yes, so for wiki projects, we did have a session, I think 2 days ago, thinking about how we could even help in terms of revitalizing wiki projects. Part of the efforts we have done, like I mentioned before, is flagging wiki projects so users can see wiki projects that are on a particular wiki. And this you can see through the collaboration list. But yes, we are interested to learn, because again, one of the challenges with wiki project is different wikis have different templates or different ways of setting up wiki projects. And so we are also interested to hear more about how we could help in terms of even defining with the community what the standard of wiki projects should be, how should it look like, what should make a wiki project successful and keep it sustainable, so that people can, the organizers of those wiki projects will keep supporting those wiki projects.
Yeah, if you're talking about mobile first, I think the good question to ask is what kind of contributions are the most successful on mobile? Because we as administrators often see like, oh, somebody trying to write a big article for a mobile phone would most likely fail. So I would even bother recommending like saying, rewrite this 10 kilobytes article within POV violation from your mobile phone.
Yeah, great point. I think that's part of where structured tasks and like tasks that are easier to complete from your phone, and I definitely have daydreams in the future of there being mobile-friendly moderator actions as well, because things that are easier to complete on your phone, writing an article is definitely not one of them. So, yeah.
Do you think it would be interesting to have tasks specifically tagged, saying it's mobile friendly, you should go there? I'm asking because a lot of wikis don't consider mobile editing as proper editing. They all believe, it's coming from a mobile, it's a vandalism.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point where you're coming from. I think we can imagine some simple things like correcting grammar or checking if this image is a good feed. Or probably, for example, Wikidata editing can be more mobile friendly than, let's say, Wikisource editing, where you would not digitize a book from your mobile phone. So we can pick like some tasks, and it can be a good way of familiarizing, for example, Wikipedia editors with Wikidata or Wikimedia Commons, where you can do way more mobile friendly stuff than on Wikipedia, for example.
Hello, I'm Theo, and I have a question about the state of the art of a simple phone call hotline to help new users. And I would briefly share one experience I made, which I think is funny enough to share. Is I'm not a regular editor contributor. I work more in pedagogy, so how to use wikis in different ways, but I still try to contribute once in a while. And I met a famous guy in the supermarket recently that I know him quite well, like since 20 years, and he told me like his father is mentioned in his page as a worker from NASA, and it's not the case, and there is no proof. So I just went there and I just mentioned that he was not from NASA, and that I had met this guy in a supermarket, and I was revoked with the mention, knowledge gathered in a supermarket is not proper. So it was funny, but I didn't know how to react, and I revoked the guy, but I felt a bit ashamed. I didn't know if it was a bad practice, if I would be perceived negatively. And I did just maybe like 5 minutes phone call with somebody. And personally, I'm from the oral, and I've seen the general topic that you've presented today, and it's really written that the amount of contributors is decreasing, and maybe there are many people like me who would just need a little hint at the beginning. And so what is the state of the art of a simple hotline?
So at the moment, the hotline we have is the mentor dashboard on the home page. So any newcomer has access. On the wikis where it was set up, newcomers have access to a Wikipedian ready to help them. But that Wikipedian may not be online at the moment. So it's like writing an email and then you get the answer, the usual discussion online. I know that German Wikipedia has an initiative to have an hotline. I'm not going to try pronounce the name, but yeah, I know it's been successful because I talked to the person who was behind that, Connie, and maybe from someone from German Wikipedia or the Wikimedia Deutschland could say a bit more about this. Raise your hand, please.
Well, I'm not super close to this project, so it will also remain rough. So yes, we're offering this. Well, it's not we, it's community members. Yes, and it's, oh wow, that's quite regularly, every week, for 2 hours. And from what I heard, it's usually something between 1 to 7, 8 people who are calling in. But of course, it requires really committed members of the community to sustain this. So yes, there's still people out there who prefer to talk on the phone with someone. And that's certainly a way to catch them. But yes, if you think in terms of scaling, it's usually a one-on-one dialogue. You can only have one person at a time. So it requires some effort of community members to do that.
Thank you, Verena. Any other questions from the audience? Or online? No? Okay.
I'm curious if
Yes.
anyone has any thoughts about the automation of repetitive tasks item, particularly thinking about this workboard or the prioritizing tasks on Ukrainian Wikipedia idea. Are there any of these workflows that you're doing just constantly where you can see like, oh, this would be easier if the software just, automated something, showed me some more information, if it could automatically do something to make my life easier? I'm curious if there are any ideas there.
I'm gonna be short. Mass patrolling, that's it. Like, I have my bot for patrolling multiple consecutive edits that are good. So, yeah. It's moderated tools, but still.
yeah, then also mass like typo correction, because we often see like, oh, I see a typo, oh, it's in 5,000 articles, I would not fix it myself.
Well, but there's someone in Germany who thinks the opposite and does it. And he has like several lists of typos, and there are also other people who don't know what to do, and then they start working on those lists. I don't know if that's a good way to invest your time, but this would really be a repetitive task. And another thing I was thinking about is the web link stuff. When there's a dead link, then there's a bot adding the new one, but there's a parameter that it has to be checked, and 90% or maybe 75% of those checks are just opening the old page, seeing that it doesn't work, opening the new page, seeing that it does work, removing the parameter. There are cases where it's more than that, but the other cases could be automated, I guess. Yes.
I love this back and forth that like we should automate something, out of existence, and also there's someone who loves doing it. And I think that's an interesting balance with automation. That like I would feel really bad if we automated that guy's task out of existence and he had nothing to do anymore. So there's an interesting trade-off to make there.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you observe the wiki from a movement communication perspective, because you see all the differences between the wikis and between users. And the case of these typographic updates, you have wikis where experienced users will work on fixing typos one after the other. And if they see a newcomer doing the same thing, they will say, oh, it's super suspicious. They are trying to get a ride so that they can overcome the wiki. So it's always a matter of knowing what you can provide to other users and to know if the task we want to structure so that people will spend time on would be accepted by everyone. So yeah, it's always the difficulty of convincing the different communities, and I know that some people can be a bit resistant. So I don't know if you also, well, it's a broader question, not for today, but it's also part of the questions we have. Any other question? Nothing online? Yeah. Yes.
Hello, Nina from Wikimedia Germany too. It's more like also a wish that I would have. I don't really know what your plans are and how you're supposed to implement it, but I just recognize that it would be really great if you would be careful with adopting it to other languages, because sometimes you've got some shifts in languages, and there are many people speaking English, but also many people, I'm quite sure, will be confused when, for example, there's a shift to another website, or you're currently somewhere in an English-speaking language, also like to explain what the tool is, or like this background information. And I think that would be great, probably also for other language versions.
So to be sure I understood, you mean that sometimes there are interface issues? It's not well translated, or it's going to another wiki to explain things? Sorry, can you take the mic?
Yes, exactly, or even not at all translated. And if it would go even further, it would also be very lovely. I mean, Janos just told you about like the workshops that we did. If we could maybe sometimes do that together. So I know there are many language versions, and we are already quite well equipped. So it's not only about the German language version, but just to check a little bit what are the specialities of the different language wikis. What could we maybe change a little bit to make it more appropriate, especially if it's about learning how to edit in the Wikipedias.
Thank you. I think we're probably ready to switch to the third and final pillar and question that we're going to talk about.
Yes. It's mine. Okay, so the third pillar, you already had a look at it. It's about making more meaningful experience, and the goal is to create more human impact and create more connections. So, yeah, the overall idea, sorry, my notes. Yes. So the overall idea is to have people understanding what is their impact, because at the moment when you make an edit and that edit remains on Wiki, cool, it's normal. When you make an edit and that edit is not supposed to stay on Wiki, then you get all the bad you could get, and it's not necessarily motivating you to continue. So yeah, one of the goals is to show the impact. So we can imagine showing the data, for instance, of what you have done, getting some rewards, maybe some achievements. It could be an option. We also want to have more venues so that people can get some feedback or recognition. We already know about very successful places where newcomers can come and ask questions, such as the Tea House at English Wikipedia or the Forum des Nouveaux on French Wikipedia. But the goal would be to maybe have something more integrated and more systematic. And also we want to set goals. It could be interesting to have goals to increase the collaboration. So it could be your personal goals, but it could also be at a wiki project level. And for instance, you want to document all the birds you have in your country. Let's set a goal. It could be a wiki goal when you have maintenance sprints, and they could be open to anyone. So we want to hear from you what you think these features or these tools could be like, based on what we already provide, and what could be the next steps.
So personally, I hate the little terrorist owl, which always reminds me to do Duolingo on my phone. But maybe there is something, especially like goal setting and collaboration, that we could emulate, like streaks, or like friend streaks is a thing. I think that's this year they introduced, where you like remind each other, or I guess, you have the goals and all the, I mean, I'm sure you know all of this, but I just thought of it like that it has quite a lot of gamification for the goal setting and community co-motivation,
So sort of a Wikipetan.
Something like this.
Yeah. Anyway, my idea was page views is something that's motivating to people, and I'm not sure how integrated they are with the core, but that could be something worth visiting, because if a user creates 2 pages and they reach collectively, or 5 pages and collectively they reach 10,000 views or something, that could be a milestone for them to sort of gloss over and be happy about it.
Ooh, I like that. It sounds similar to the impact module on the newcomer homepage, where we show like a cumulative view count of articles that you've edited. But we have also talked about how like it'd be great if we split out like articles you edited versus articles you actually created, and like have some separate metrics for that as well. Thank you.
You can already access the impact module. You go to your favorite wiki, you type special column impact / your username, and you will see how it looks like. Online folks, I'm looking at the person with your voice, and apparently you are still shy. We have a question in the back. Yeah?
Okay. As for the human connection, this is something we try to really, really foster in the community, because we learned as soon as newcomers or inexperienced editors actually meet in real life, they feel way more connected, and it's easier for them to find their way into belonging. And yes, I'm aware that not all languages and all communities do meet in person regularly, but those who do, for those, I think it will be really helpful to have an extended version of the community updates module, where you maybe can specify regions where you can let people know of events happening in their regions. because currently I think there's no some targeting or any of that. And apart from that, the mentor module already is something. Maybe then that can be extended. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the current community updates module, you can target by edit count. So if you want to target like brand new editors versus learners that are a little bit further on, you can do that targeting. But yeah, there's no like location targeting. But I think that, yeah, when we start to like pull together the homepage along with the campaign events extension and like think about targeting specific events to the right people, I think that that could be really powerful because, yeah, the human connection part is so important to the wikis. It's, hey, why it is so lovely to see all you humans here in person. Turns out humans like to interact with each other face to face sometimes, so.
And yeah, just add to that. Currently, like I said, the collaboration list has some great features, which allows you to also filter by country, where you can filter events that are upcoming by country, and you can find those events. But being more precise to maybe a particular state, a particular district, currently we don't have that. And again, but yeah, that could, again, another reason for that would be because of course, if you're looking at what kind of data we can showcase in terms of that. But it's more what we have now is more in terms of the country. And so you can filter, and then most of the events, especially physical events that uses event registration tool, they do specify like where or this place, the address where it's happening. You can as well get those details from that. So that's what we currently have from the collaboration list, and I don't know if that would help in terms of what you're speaking to.
Oh, do you want to? Was it about this? I was going to ask a different question, so feel free.
Also some feedback that we got from female editors and female mentors that I think it would be very helpful to have a better matching system, especially for marginalized groups, so that they can specify, hey, I would prefer to have a female mentor, even though there's a lot of anonymity, or someone who at least is not LGBTQ plus hostile. So it would be really nice to have a bit more of a matching with all these mentoring systems.
Yeah, thank you. That is a great point. We have heard similar feedback to that as well, that like not only, like to align on interests, and I think there's more that we can do there. One thing that is already available is if you run an editathon or an event, you can sign up to be the mentor of anyone who attends your event. So you can claim a specific like newcomer as your mentee. So I think that there's definitely more that we can and should do to expand mentorship and make sure we're like matching the right mentor for the right newcomer. But just so you know, if anybody out there is running events and you want to like provide one-on-one mentorship, you can use growth tools to do that.
I have the mic again. So Daria sparked an idea about Duolingo. Like, so you have goals, some sort of goals, and maybe that can be applied here too. Like, use Wikipedia library once, or add an amount of references, or revert that many. Well, that might be controversial, but like some sort of quantitative goals that you can reach in a reasonable time frame, let's say a month or a quarter, and then get some recognition for that, like Barnstar, like or something novel maybe to sort of make it more interesting. I don't know.
Ooh, I love that. It sounds similar to the growth team is thinking about this progression system, and I think that ideas like that we're definitely starting to think of. And I'd be especially interested to hear if anybody has thoughts on what are those rewards that are provided. Is there something beyond Barn Stars that we should be considering? So yeah.
Be a level system or something like that, and if it could be like a system of levels, and if you reach a certain level, then you have, I don't know, fancy color in your username or something like that.
One thing I'm particularly interested in, because I really don't know the answer yet, is in terms of this understanding impact from the moderator tools side of things. I'm thinking, okay, for editors who are interested in patrolling, moderation, admins, what is interesting or motivating there in terms of impact? Because for a newer contributor or content-focused contributor, it's fairly obvious, number of edits, page views, this sort of thing. But what is motivating to an admin or a patroller in terms of data we could surface? As we're saying now, reverted edits maybe not the best metric. So if you have any ideas about that, I'd love to hear them.
I will come back with my regular question. Folks online, anything? Okay. So about this, the creating more human connections, I'd like to have your opinion about something. Imagine that you are a newcomer, you are editing the wiki, and you are struggling while being editing. What if you had the opportunity of inviting someone in your editing session to see what you are doing, and that person could make the edit with you? Would it be cool? Said otherwise, you open the visual editor, you invite a friend, the friend can work with you, and you do things together.
Maybe I should just keep the microphone, I guess. I do a format in Berlin, which takes place one time per month, and there I also had the idea to collaboratively edit on one article with a group, but it was very difficult because, well, it's not technically possible, so we had to create several pages for each team to work on, and then one page where everything got merged. So for that, this would be good. But well, we also had mixed opinions on the whole experience because we did it with around 10 people or something, and of course not everyone was interested in the topic. But if you have 2 or 3 people being interested in one topic because maybe they know each other from university and start together at Wikipedia, then it's probably a very cool thing to be able to work together on the same article.
Yes, that just reminded me one idea that we had on several C meetings about Wiki Dojo. If you know the concept, it's like a concept of code in Dojo, where one person suggests to other what edits to make. And we have done it with editing Wikipedia, with one person telling, now you add a reference to the article. And the person adds, and then the next one tells what the next person does. Not necessarily in this extension, but people like this kind of social interactions. So if we can have a way, probably this might be useful in 2 ways. One way is just having fun during your online meetup, saying let's edit this collectively. And the other is indeed asking for help, something I don't know, people have their ChatGPT share my conversation to understand what went wrong. Something like share my editing session so that I see what went wrong.
Okay, so in the connection teams, like I mentioned, we're currently working on building out a way for organizers to be able to track their impact. And so I'm a bit curious, if you're an organizer or as a participant to an event or a wiki project, what data would you be most interested in seeing? And why?
Yeah, I think it would be most interesting to be able to see some kind of long-term impact, because it's one thing that is pretty easy to track. I have this event, I can see, okay, 5 people have edited 8 different articles, but it is more difficult to see if they continue editing over time, if they struggle with some problems, and if you have some possibility to follow up on this, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
So I'm only half serious, but their email addresses, so that we can follow up and promote other events and community building opportunities if they're based in like the catchment area of the affiliate.
I'm a bit worried about showing the email address.
That's why I'm like not so serious, because it's complicated, but maybe like to be more serious, a way of being in touch with the affiliates on a longer term basis, not just for the event.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Number of abuse filter hits.
You mean number of abuse filter hits as a metric?
Oh.
Because it might need some traction.
Yeah, just a bit similar on what you said, like affiliate catchment area, like what kind of events they would be interested in. Because a common problem we see in Ukrainian communities is that people invite random people to random collaborations, and they're not happy. And having a box like, oh, please send me a notification when there is collaboration about music or when there is an event in Berlin, would be something pretty good. And not necessarily this should be public, because people might say, oh, I don't want to say from the time from Berlin, but if somebody emails me about events from Berlin, I'm pretty comfortable sharing this. So like something semi-closed that you can like mass email all Berlin users without them having to publicly write on their user page they live in this city.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds similar. We've talked about essentially via the newcomer homepage, users can indicate what topics they're interested in, and if we could kind of connect that into the campaigns or event registration process, so that like we can target the right users with, like, you know, you indicated that you're interested in this topic and this wiki project is focusing on a related subject or something like that. I think that, like, yeah, there's definitely opportunity to consider something like that in the future.
We have
Online force, yes, online people.
Efe Greek said, the question was mentioned some time ago, but I think for admins, a meaningful and motivating metric could be number of times they were thanked for an admin action.
Can you just repeat the last bit? The amount of time that it takes to do an admin action, was that?
The number of times they were thanked for an admin action.
Okay, yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Grateful.
Also, the answers that people give in the welcome survey, that would be, I think that would be very helpful for organizers. I know it's kind of difficult to publicize that.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Part of the people who newly register take the welcome survey, which asks for fields of interest and such. And I think that would be also interesting, the answers that people give to organizers, if they're tackling the right people.
So would you like to see that in the events page, or how would you like to see that?
Yeah, I'm aware that there is a privacy issue here, but, well, one can dream.
So for the context, the welcome survey is shown to anyone who creates a new account on the wikis. We can provide some data about it, but it would be aggregated data for your wiki. But it has also given us some interesting insights. So for instance, 27% of newcomers on all wikis we tracked come to create a new Wikipedia article. 22% come to add or change information about a Wikipedia article. And you might be very surprised by the third one. Almost 20% come to read Wikipedia. So we are getting very, very close to the closing of this. Could you put back the slides on screens, please? Okay, it's done because I don't have them there. Thank you. All right, so check that. So if you need any more information about the strategy itself, you can visit these pages. The first one is about the strategy. The second one is if you want to react to that strategy. And of course, we are all available to answer your questions. So Sam can answer your question regarding the moderator tools team. Benedict, you can answer questions regarding the campaign extension and connection as well. For the editing team, you have actually 3 people you can contact. I can answer your questions. Nico here, who is designer on the team, and we have Samuel, who is the product ambassador for editing, and I'm going to also add Habib, who is ambassador for Arabic Wikipedia, and Sam, Habib, myself, and Kirsten, we can also answer all your questions regarding the growth features. So we will be around. So if you have any questions regarding different features we presented, if you want to have more details about the strategy, whatever, please ask us here or later on Wiki or elsewhere. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending. Thank you for your very, very useful feedback. I have plenty of notes. Thank you for remote folks and everyone who helped. Yeah, thank you.
everyone. Does this work? Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm going to briefly introduce the panel, and then I'm going to leave the floor to our panelists. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Costanza Sciubba-Caniglia. I work for the Wikimedia Foundation. At the Wikimedia Foundation, I work specifically in the global advocacy team, so our public policy team. And some of the things that I work on are particularly information integrity and also our relationships with the international organizations and especially the United Nations. So this panel kind of brings together those two hats, the problem that we have with information integrity in general and the information ecosystem, and so the role also that Wikipedia has inside the information ecosystem. And we think of Wikipedia as part of a larger information ecosystem that can only thrive if it works together with the other components, right? And so this is one of the points, like how do we think about this together? How do we work together, especially with organizations that might face similar issues, like the UN that might share similar values, that are also global in nature. I think that we will see that there are a lot of things in common, that we're going to have a lot of issues in common, and maybe we can find common solutions. So what is going to happen with this panel is there's going to be a discussion, and then we're going to open it up for Q&A, but the Q&A is going to be also more of a brainstorming, right? Like, think about it as how can we work together? What are the points that we have in common? We already collaborated with the UN in various ways throughout the years. We did a partnership with the WHO during COVID. Many of you might know about it or have been involved in some ways with it. We also recently organized an editathon at the UN Secretariat in New York to increase Wikipedia pages on digital governance, international digital governance, and those type of topics. Last year, we did a big event together in New York with the Tech Envoy and the Secretariat about digital public goods. Wikipedia has been recently recognized as a digital public good. So that's also something that we can discuss together, how we advance goods that are for everybody and how do we support the public. I also want to thank our panelists both for being here and also having been here throughout all of Wikimania, engaging with all the panels, engaging with people and understanding the model. I'd like to think of this as an opportunity for a two-way understanding of like what Wikimedia is, etc., and also like what the different parts of the UN do to promote information integrity. And civil society as well. So without further ado, I'll introduce the panelists and then I'll leave it to them. We have Sandra Maccaria is going to be also moderating the panel. She is the director of the UN Information Service in Nairobi. Andre Michel Esongo from the UN Department of Peacekeeping Operations. Katie Drew from UNHCR, the UN High Commission for Refugees. And finally, last but not least, Alan Chaboy from the Data and Digital Technology Lead, built up, so that's also to engage civil society and the whole ecosystem. To you, Sandra.
Thank you, Costanza, and thank you all for joining us on a Saturday afternoon. I know our session is one of the few before the closing, and some people have gone shopping, but I think this is the most exciting panel and room. Just to reiterate first what Costanza said, which is that we'd really want for this to be a conversation, and let's share. I think we can all agree that the issue of information integrity is a very live issue. It's ongoing. It touches all of us individually, as societies, as organizations, as corporates. And so we really look forward to having more of a flat and horizontal conversation with you and to, of course, get your feedback and ideas. Costanza, she said indeed that my name is Sandra Maccaria. I'm the director of the UN Information Service here in Nairobi. And that's part of the UN's Department of Global Communications. And so on behalf of also my UN colleagues, who I see some of them are in the room, welcome to Nairobi. We are the only UN headquarters in the Global South. And we have a fantastic campus. It's 140 acres, literally 10 minutes away. If you're here next week, please come and visit. You can get tickets online. It's a fantastic walk on the compound. And we're next to Karura Forest, and so you'll bump into monkeys as well, and all manner of flora and fauna in the compound. So please, welcome. And how we are going to do this panel, just so you know how we're going to do this. We'll have a conversation for the first sort of half an hour, and then for the rest of the time, really just open it up for the Q&A and the brainstorming that we were talking about. And so over to my panel. So to my good friend, Andre Michel, in peacekeeping, could you give us a few ideas or just shape for us what the challenge of information integrity or misinformation, disinformation looks like in your area of work, sort of the big picture, three or so trends. Thank you.
I have to borrow. So you won't believe the way I use a microphone that for a moment I was a journalist. To answer that question, I really want to throw it to you, and please raise your hand if over the past few months of years you've heard people say peacekeepers are bad, they rape women, they steal, and they're generally negative. Yes. Yes. Only you have heard that? We're lucky. Yes, thank you. Don't be afraid of offending me, because I'm offended every single minute when I check social media. So I worked with the Department of Peacekeeping Operations for a few years, and I came to peacekeeping because in 1988, I'm giving away my year of birth, we won the biggest prize in the world, the Nobel Peace Prize. We won it because of the work we do. Now, the striking thing, and here comes the challenge, is today, if you look only on social media, peacekeeping is essentially everything I've said. We steal, we kill, we support those who conduct wars, we traffic. Those are the accusations. And those are mostly, if not exclusively, false. Yet, this is the music that accompanies our peacekeepers around the world. So we have 11 peacekeeping missions, 5 of them in Africa, some in the Middle East, 1 or 2 in Europe, and 1 between India and Pakistan. In every single case, our missions today, our colleagues are risking their lives because one of the things I've just said on social media, amplified, can lead to them being attacked. And this has happened in Eastern Congo. We've lost colleagues. This has happened in the Central African Republic, where colleagues have had to run away from the country. That's the first thing. The second is, have you heard recently of peacekeeping mission doing something good? You have. We're lucky. But most people apparently have not. And that's the second biggest problem, because ultimately what the UN has, what peacekeepers have as power, as superpower, is our reputation. We don't have an army, although our colleagues have guns. We don't have enormous political leverage. So when we lose that good opinion people had of us, we've lost it all. And this is the second biggest challenge. It's making it hard and harder to implement our mandate. It's making it easier for us to be kicked out, as we were kicked out of Mali just a few years ago. So it's information integrity, and especially challenges to it under the guise of misinformation and disinformation has become a strategic issue, a life and death issue, and a fundamental issue for every single peacekeepers in the world.
Thanks, Andre Michel. And just to add that when the UN was putting together the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity, there was the survey that was done of our peacekeepers, and over 75% of them said that misinformation and disinformation is impacting their work on the ground. And so it affects the communities that they work with, but it also affects the lives and safety of the peacekeepers themselves. So yeah, it's quite tragic. Katie. Katie works with the with the refugee agency, UNHCR. The same question to you. What does it look like, misinformation and disinformation? What does it look like in your area of work?
Thank you. Thanks for the question, and it's lovely to be here today, as you said, on a Saturday afternoon when you could be in many other places, so thank you. Thanks for joining us. Building on, obviously, the issue around reputational risk, I think maybe many people have heard online, in social media, UNHCR's reputation maybe also being called into an account. I also was looking at the map outside and seeing the pins of where everyone is from, and know that probably many of us at Wikimania have been directly affected by displacement. And so I think that many of us maybe are refugees, have been displaced internally. Many of us maybe also know of refugees, are hosting refugees in the countries that we live in or the countries that we visit. Unfortunately, you will have seen online, and I'll go back to the sort of, the sort of comments that Andre Michel was making. Online, refugees are very often blamed for some really terrible things that happen. I'm British, and it's not an easy place for me to be in when I look online at social media, and if you believed social media in the UK at the moment, all of our rape crimes are being conducted by refugees or asylum seekers or people arriving on boats. If you believed what was being written in the most toxic corners of social media. And this is a real problem, because in many places, refugees are being supported and helped and hosted by communities. I mean, we're sitting in Kenya, and there has been a massive solidarity and welcoming of refugees. The same in Uganda. If that trust, if that social fabric breaks down, the protection of millions of people on this planet is at risk, and we see that. And we see places, I work on a project in South Africa, where online groups have been turned into sort of vigilante movements against refugees and migrants in South Africa that have resulted in, death, actually, and violence and the destruction of property that started as conversations in probably the darkest places on the internet and come into real life harms. And I think that's the critical thing. If that social cohesion is under threat online, it has real offline impacts. And for the refugee agency, that's obviously massively undermines our ability to be able to protect people. Thank you.
And just, you got me thinking there, Katie, that what it then also does is that the rights of refugees get basically abused, because even the concept of you cannot return a refugee to a country where they will face persecution, that's international law. And so if you have no empathy or no understanding for those kinds of things, it exacerbates the problem.
100%. We see this like sort of populism and sort of sentiment and this toxicity, erupts and becomes, emboldened in policy, unfortunately. And, I don't want to speak to sort of, but many countries over the world, we've seen a huge restriction in asylum space. We see pushbacks, and this is a real challenge because, unfortunately, the politicians are probably listening to some of the loudest toxic voices on the internet. Doesn't necessarily mean, and we know, we've done our own research, that it represents the broad perception of the general public, but they're loud and proud and anonymous online, and they're emboldened and very visible, and I think that's the tragedy, yeah.
Thanks, Katie. And to you, Alan, our one non-UNer on the panel. And Alan is with Build Up, which is at the intersection of peace building and tech. So for you as a civil society actor, but also drawing on your past experience, because he has very deep, I'd encourage you to do some research on Alan. He has very rich and interesting experience in this space. Could you tell us a little bit about how this manifests in your area of work?
Yeah, definitely. So I think, I work, as you mentioned, for an organization called Build Up, and one of the key things that we try to look at when it comes to digital spaces is the issue around misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. But I think we cluster it under this bigger term called digital harms, because at the end of the day, these are kind of part contributing to what we largely refer to as digital harms. And for me, I come from a technical perspective, so it's more like looking at it from a lack of evidence perspective. So one experience that I've had, and I think Build Up, and also historically I've also worked for an organization called Code for Africa. One of the things that we were trying to look at is when we are working, as an example, with UN missions or with other partners across the world, is there an information gap that then seeds these narratives that then at the end of the day lead to a lot of misinformation and disinformation? And for us, one of the things we realized is that sometimes that information gap is kind of because there is lack of information completely, but it's also a lack of evidence to support what people are saying, right? Like, I think one of the projects we worked with Andre Michel, we were trying to figure out, like, as an example, how do peacekeeping missions, how are they affected primarily with, disinformation and misinformation? And one thing we realized is that there is an element of criticism that kind of takes some element of true information, then backs it up with evidence that is non-existent, and then it becomes a really big thing, right? So for me, I look at it more from like a data or like information gap perspective, and that I think contributes a lot to the element of misinformation and disinformation. And that is why it's critical, as an example, for different institutions to have like really powerful communications arm in order to depict the true nature of what's really happening. Yeah, so I think I'll contextualize it that way. One of the other things that I would say is, I think for us also there's the common component of influence operations, right? I don't know if anyone has kind of heard about that, which is basically that, when you talk about misinformation, disinformation, it's more focused on the content and like what the content says. But we expand it a little bit further, and you tend to realize that there's also the behavioral components where like people kind of create this, something to appear really massive just by using tactics and behaviors that amplify disinformation and misinformation. And I think also there's an element of that we need to also focus on when we're discussing this particular topic, to be able to know the impact.
Thanks, Alan, for that, and also bringing up the idea of the context, right? And this notion of, because I think we can all agree that sometimes you'll see a piece of misinformation or even disinformation that's very blatant, and then it's very clear and it's very obvious. But a lot of times it's the manufacturing of consent. It's that little kernel of truth, and then the astroturfing, and that creating the environment where people then don't trust what they see, what they read, and that goes back to then Katie's point as well about the social contract. Just to say, I think for us in the Department of Global Communications, thinking through this idea of when we were putting together the global principles, our premise is that at the core of the heart for us of the misinformation and disinformation counter campaign is that we see the real life impact on the Sustainable Development Goals, which are the core. Every member state has signed up to them, and is really the core of trying to ensure that everybody has a dignified life and we have a sustainable planet. And so we see that, for instance, in climate, and our colleagues from UNEP are in the room, when we see a lot of misinformation and disinformation around climate, and then just seeding that skepticism. And then that can then grow into attacks on journalists. Even the IPC said in 2022 that they're seeing a lot of risks around climate, information integrity around climate. And so I think, Andre Michel, my next question to you is, given how important this issue has become, and we know that the UN Global Risk Report found that it is, we have a new report out this year, it is the preeminent threat, global threat in the world, misinformation and disinformation. So what are you guys doing about it in peacekeeping?
Well, that's a good question. How long do I have? Because I need to read a full UN report. So, I mean, the first thing is, for us in peacekeeping, we really realized what was happening 3 years ago. And realizing, understanding was the first step. So we needed to put people who could do this work in the position where they could do it. And really, because it's a new area of work for the UN, we had to go outside first. And that's how, as Alan mentioned, we went to Code for Africa, among others. We then proceeded to hire or train people to establish teams, have norms in place, and change our approach to the whole issue of how you protect your reputation publicly. But what we soon realized is you can do certain things by yourself, which is important, but you actually need to do much more than that. You have to go out there and look for partners. Because essentially what we also understood in the process of looking into mis and disinformation targeting peacekeeping is, at the core, most of it is political. Meaning it's used by political actors, part of the conflict, and others, to reach certain goals. So diminishing the UN, delegitimizing the UN, it's part of that, making us what we're not. So we needed to find partners. It's not an easy thing to do because as much as everyone agrees this is a serious problem, what to do about it is not quite clear. So the reason we continue to go out to look for partners is precisely what Alan was talking about, the information gap. Because in the process of looking at what happens to us, we realize it's so easy to say many things about us because maybe there's not much out there said about the work we do by the people who benefit from it, by the local communities. And so we actively, and partly I will nakedly say here, we're here because we're trying to get more people from the Wikimedia community to contribute in terms of producing content, filling those gaps, those information gaps about what we do, how we do it, when we fail, why we fail. Because the issue we're facing with mis and disinformation is simply inverting, making the world upside down. Of course we do mistakes. Of course some of our peacekeepers have been guilty of serious criminal actions. And in most cases, there is a system to bring justice to those who have been the victims. But what you find when disinformation actors take these issues is to make it look like not 1% or 1,001%, but 99% of what we do. So in this fight, what we still really need to do is to get more people, more voices, not to say good things about peacekeepers, to say what peacekeepers are doing, to share their perspective online on platforms like Wikipedia.
And that is actually resonating in the title of the session that we have here about local voices and global impact in the battle for information integrity. Katie, in UNHCR, what is it that you've been thinking and what actions have you been taking in addressing this issue?
Thank you. Building definitely on the partnerships piece, I think it's that recognition that we don't have the expertise within UNHCR. This is a whole new area of work. We don't have platform developers, programmers. We don't necessarily historically work particularly well, even with local media. There was a session earlier on information integrity, on the environment and the importance of engaging with local radio. And I think that this is definitely something that we've been doing. One of the projects that we've also been trialing and testing in South Africa is what we're calling sort of pre-bunking. And this is around sort of working with communities, and we've been working with youth in schools to develop critical thinking and encourage them to think about, you are going to be susceptible to online manipulation. Warning, this is going to be happening, particularly around emotive topics and immigration, refugee, migration, hugely emotive topics in many, many contexts that we work with. And so it's also sort of working at that early age to sort of, hopefully create the next generation of Wikimedians, people who are going to want to think critically, create information that is well researched, become sort of sources and sort of, fonts of knowledge that they can sort of share from that peer-to-peer learning. And so we've been working at the government level with the Department of Basic Education to think about sort of how can we gamify this, how can we make it fun, how can we make children want to think critically and be really aware that they're being manipulated online. So we've had to work with an analog game. It's like a sort of, offline game because of the context that we've been working in South Africa in schools. Not all of them are connected all of the time. And what this means is that after the gameplay, we've shown that, you know, children to 20 percentage points in some contexts are much more aware that people are going to be sort of, you know, pulling at their emotions when it comes to topics around sort of immigration and migration online. Importantly as well, more generally when it comes to information integrity, they're also aware that manipulation happens not just for these topics, but more broadly. And I think that that's going to be really important. How can we engage and make sure that children, the next generation, become critical thinkers? And I think if we can think of a pathway to bring them into sort of the Wikimedia family, I think is going to be really critical, because it is a source of trusted information. And we are sort of saying, you know, check your sources, check online. And I think a lot of work that's already been done by Wikimedia and the sort of existence of Wikipedia is something that's so critical, because children, I've had children say, like, we don't know where to look and how can we trust anything. I think that that's really important, yeah.
Thanks, Katie, for that. And also making the point about offline, because we know that a third of the world's population remains offline, but they're still being reached quite effectively with misinformation and disinformation. And so how do we help bridge that gap? And also the example that you gave, I think, of raising the next generation of people that want to be Wikimedians, and even in different languages. Because I think for all of us who experienced COVID, I think we saw a lot of misinformation and disinformation being spread through WhatsApp by our mothers, our aunties, our grandparents, and it was in all different languages. And yet, they're not particularly tech savvy. And so examples of how we can close that gap in language, but also in online, offline, I think is so important. Alan, over to you. What measures have you been taking in your area of work to try and tackle this issue?
Yeah, so I think for us, one thing I've always, I think as a team within my organization that we've been thinking about is around how do we build trust? Because at the end of the day, all this revolves around how do people trust each other, and how do people trust organizations, how do people trust institutions, and what is being spoken on digital spaces, but also offline. And one thing that we kind of embed at the core of everything that we do is always something we call participatory design in everything that we do. And what that means basically is partnering with either individuals, institutions, organizations that work at the grassroots level of different areas of work that you're covering, right? And that has been a really powerful model. I'll give an example. You know, we do a lot of research on digital harms in countries such as Sudan and Somalia, and this is in relation to, you know, how it affects the conflict setting in these countries, in other countries too. But one thing we realized earlier on is because we do it from a research perspective, but also from a response perspective, you know, who are the relevant people to actually do this? And one thing that we realized that was particularly important is, can we empower these local institutions and partner with them in order to make this more effective? And yeah, that actually works a lot better than, I think we call it, you know, flying in someone from North America who knows how to do the research or how to do the response, and then saying, okay, come here and tell us what to do. You know, that never works most of the time. So the strategy that has worked a lot is actually partnering with the people who interact with the citizens on a day-to-day, have offline initiatives that they've been tackling for a number of years. And when you empower these people to actually respond to the harms that they see on social media, on digital platforms, it becomes easier for them to respond. Like, for example, I know, you know, the Wikimedia Foundation has like networks of people who, for example, are located in different countries, and they are able to actually look at the context, look at the different issues that are emerging in that context, and then it's easier for you to respond, right? And that has been, I think, one of the most powerful ways of or strategies that we've seen working a lot when it comes to the issue of information integrity. On the other side, on the response side, because I think this is two ways, finding out what it's all about, and then also responding. And I think also there've been a lot of effort where we see, you know, people coming in to try and do response in the different contexts, but they don't have the local context of what's really happening on the ground. And that creates a lot more of the mistrust. and people feeling like it's imposed on them. I've seen situations where, international organizations might come into a context and mention that, this is a project we're implementing, but ideally, it's the international organization implementing it, and the partners locally are kind of, what do we call it? People who just go and do stuff. Like, for example, you'll say, go pick this pen and write this. So it's like the implementing partner is not at the forefront of covering it. And I think recently we've seen an improvement in terms of how these particular partnerships are working, and I think that has brought in a lot of power to kind of addressing these issues on the ground more effectively. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Alan, and also really talking about the relevance of engaging locally, which I think has always been a tried and true idea of when you're working together with people, helping co-create the solutions to the problems that they're facing. I'm acutely aware that we are now we have about 25 minutes left. So, Costanza, do you want to take us into the Q&A?
Yeah.
From here? Yeah. Thank you.
Really? Okay. Maybe? Yes. No, yes, it works. Okay, thank you for this fantastic panel. I don't want to take too much time, but I just want to highlight a couple of things. I'll start from the end. Thank you for saying this about the importance of local knowledge. I think that this is a really important part of our movement and why it works and why Wikipedia is so particular and so special. And the other projects, of course, as well. The importance of the local knowledge, it's the core of it. It's really... another thing that I wanted to highlight is the problems are different, but I also see there is a lot that rides on the infrastructure, right? How the information is shared. Like, well, what do you see online? Why does it work? I like very much what you said, Katie, about the fact of having a platform that has some kind of reliability that children will know where to look, right? Because it's also a problem of having an overload of information and not knowing how to distinguish from different sources and different things. And of course, what the Wikimedia projects do especially well is this focus on the sources. So now I'll give it back to the room. If there are questions about the work or even proposals or ideas on things that your groups are doing a lot. I know that there is a lot of work on information integrity that happens in the movement, in different parts of the movement. So I'd like to take this opportunity to kind of connect this issue and the problems you raised with the knowledge in the room. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Moronge. I come from Kenya. I'm just curious, what is the difference between misinformation and disinformation?
Okay. I mean, one thing we always try to do to keep it simple is think of misinformation as someone earlier on telling you this panel is taking place in the Kisumu room without meaning to say anything bad, but just was confused. That's what we all do at some point. Disinformation is when you ask me, where's this panel taking place? Because I don't want you in the room. I know you, and I know you might be annoying. I'm making that up, of course. And I tell you the panel is tomorrow. I'm trying literally to harm you. So that's usually what we say in peacekeeping. That translates into someone saying something about peacekeepers because he heard it from his uncle, who is the only person who has a phone, and repeating it because he thinks it's true, and someone else making up accusations knowing that they're false and because he wants to hurt us. So we use these words interchangeably, but actually they mean two different things, and they also even mean two different things in the way we answer to that. because misinformation is literally something you can solve by telling people or giving them the right information. Disinformation is something else, because you now have intent, and you are usually at another level of sophistication and others.
We have an online question that is from the user Sheplaherheit. I said, where are the biggest local topic gaps on these topics in Wikipedia? Can you give specific examples?
So one of the things that we see, and I mean, there's sort of perfectly legitimate questions around this, is that, like, and we spoke about the international legal framework that sort of guides the way that states and nations and the responsibilities and, you know, the rights that refugees have under this framework, and then that translates down at very different levels in terms of sort of national asylum policies or law, for example. And you know, even the convention, the refugee convention, and the language around that is incredibly complex, and people might have genuine questions. And one of the genuine questions that we see online, and there's not much space to debate this in some places on the internet, which is where I think we come back to the importance of Wikipedia, and where it is sort of a bastion of being able to have conversation and interrogate information, is around, like, what is a refugee, what is a legal refugee, what is an illegitimate refugee, and all of these questions. Unfortunately, that tends to remain in English, French, Arabic, Spanish, and not really necessarily in many places understood and translated and really tested in terms of local knowledge. Do people really understand what this means? You know, if we take from in Kenya, for example, in Kikuyu, how is refugee asylum law understood and translated, and rights and entitlements? And I think it's really important, because people have a legitimate want to interrogate some of these questions, because they do want to understand, why is this person here? You know, why are they here? One of the other knowledge gaps is the stories of refugees, the lives and the stories of refugees. And what we're told and what we understand is that what's interesting, and I think we know this, in places where there's more diversity, in places where you have more interaction with a refugee, we actually see higher, you know, positive sentiments towards refugees. In places where you're unlikely to have interacted with someone from a refugee background, there tends to be more hostility and more division. And so the more that we can raise and, you know, bring stories and have refugees and, you know, people who have been displaced with lived experience also contributing to our knowledge base, I think is really, really critical. And that's something that we want to make sure, you know, not just the exceptional stories of the person who became, you know, the gold medalist, you know, the refugee who became the gold medalist, fantastic, but that's not the only story that we need to make sure is documented and heard. So I think that there's a lot around this space. And in the opening ceremony, I really liked the fact that someone said Wikipedia is actually a place where polarization doesn't happen, because there's a space for discussion. And I think that that's really critical, because we see many other corners of the internet not going there. Yeah.
Just to rebound on that, and quickly, from a peacekeeping perspective, the main gap, if I had one to pick, would be the local perspective and voices about what peacekeeping is and does. A year ago, when we're looking back at the 25 years of our mission in Congo, the most interesting thing we learned in the process was when we started talking to Congolese, our colleagues, but also Congolese in the streets, in the villages, and we're shocked by the number of personal, individual stories they had about how peacekeeping may have saved their lives, allowed their kids to go to school and all that. And what we then realized was part of what Wikipedia and all of us have as a problem is the way media works. Mea culpa, I was a journalist. We don't care much in media reporting about people. Let me be clear. We care in the story of conflict about the big guys in the capital, in New York and elsewhere, but the people feature in one quote, the mother with her 2 kids, and that's the whole story. We don't have enough stories of local people telling a longer story about what this or this may have done. And that's a huge gap, because this information thrives in the fact that when you say peacekeepers are all bad, they all do these bad things, there's no other story, like Alan was pointing to. Where's the evidence to say the opposite? It exists, it's oral, but it's not anywhere written. And unfortunately in this world, when it's not written, it doesn't exist. And even more so with AI.
So you're looking for people writing about the UN missions, and I am one of the simple editors here. I'm writing now for 20 years about the country which was maybe the most successful UN mission, Timor-Leste. Maybe I'm a little bit not up to date, but when I was looking the last time on the United Nations archives, the photos there are all under a license which are not possible to put on commons. They are not allowed to use for commercial use, so I cannot put them on commons. I cannot use them on my articles about Timor-Leste, about the refugees in West Timor, about the people who made all the election for the referendum for the independence. I would like to give these photos, which are so important for articles, to people to read this to the world and to my articles. So my request would be, please make them in a license. We can bring them to commons. Maybe put them on commons on your own way, because I'm so tired to see hundreds of images from the United States Army, how they are building up schools somewhere with some soldiers. Not interesting. I need really historical photos. I need photos of people, what they are really doing there. Not commercial advertisement for some armies. So please do this. Thank you.
I can see that there was a lot of support for that idea, so thank you for sharing that in the room. Yeah, exactly. No, but thank you for that. I think the root of that also is that it's public funds that are used to pay for those photos, hence the restrictions on the commercialization of it. But we completely take this on board. Thank you.
Just a short sentence. Public fund is public money, and public money means it's for everyone, so everyone could use it.
Can I say something? I love this comment. I think that this is great, right? Because this is an issue that you might have not been aware of at all. And then maybe you're trying to think like, how do we get our information more out? And this is such a concrete way that is an obstacle for the community. So I really would like to, maybe continue this conversation, like maybe put some documents already on commons, like that would really improve information.
Yes, thank you. I would like to add another aspect to this request. If we would like to make Wikipedia the go-to place where people look for information, and then it should be a rich quell of information, and then official documents would be great. I mean, official treaties would be nice. And it is, I would also say, putting this on the shoulders of volunteers only would be a big ask. So in case that you could help us a little, and if you say that, for example, you have education efforts, that's great. We also have a lot of aspects, maybe from other parts of the world, but let's share this together. I mean, this makes the movement richer and stronger, and people have more reasons not to log on to some other interesting stuff, but they know that for health information, for all the important stuff, I have one place to go, and this is a reliable information space, and you could, because you have the reliable information, and it's often not accessible, that would help tremendously, I guess, to increase the value of that source. Thank you.
I mean, thank you. I just want to comment on what you just said. Really, the reason for us to be here was essentially to try to approach you and to see how to work better with you. We are very aware that we, despite our best efforts, still are perceived as living in this ivory tower. Usually I will have walked in this room with suit and tie, and I will have spoken in English most of you will not have understood, which we call UNEs. We understand and we see how that hurts us in terms of mis and disinformation, because the actors acting against us are actually simpler, more efficient in their language and in the way they present things. And it's because we haven't been successful in doing that by ourselves that we're looking for help. And the point you pointed out to about photo is actually, so it's not only access, which is really serious and we should address it. It's even when you look for peacekeeping images online, what you see mostly are people with guns. Now, the funny part is that the UN's position on peacekeeping is that peacekeeping is a political endeavor and a political tool. Or you can't tell when you see someone with a gun. It's as if we are an army that is sent to fight. Now, the problem we're having with that, and this is where misinformation, disinformation plays well, is that we are accused of being inefficient, of doing nothing. And the imagery used is, look at these soldiers with guns, but they don't do anything. Well, we failed ourselves to frame the discourse, the images in what we actually do, which is we don't fight wars. We're there to help the parties negotiate a solution while we maintain a level of security. And so the issue of images is really very serious, both in terms of access, but in terms of how we have projected ourselves for many years. And we're trying to solve it, and that's why we want these conversations, and we want to be able to, as Alan was pointing out, working with the local knowledge, or in this case with the Wikimedians' knowledge, so that we tell a story that makes sense and that resonates more and push back a little bit on this and this.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for, is it my turn or, okay. So thanks for bringing out the local knowledge part and like the local networks, because I think that oftentimes what happens is that the UN like speaks at this level, and then like the local organizations that are actually working in the ground like get often not seen, and that's particularly a problem. And so my question is like, we clearly both need help, like affiliates working on the ground need help in like having these conversations in like spaces where we can actually impact change. That often means talking to the lawyers at the UN agencies, like convincing them that like open licensing is right, all these things. So we need your help, and you also need our help, because we are the ones that have the local organizations that actually are in touch with the ground volunteers, that the volunteers that are in the ground, the people that are in the ground. And so my question is like, how can we actually like build bridges so we are not like staying in this ivory tower that you're mentioning, which I actually appreciate a lot, because I think that a lot of it will be done at the local level.
Well, I mean, not to thank Constanza too much, but I think opportunities like this, and I think that, I mean, just to go back to the point around open licensing and you know, putting information and imagery and audio and video as much as we possibly can and making it accessible and open. I'm probably going to look at you and be like, I hadn't actually thought of that before. And that, I think, is really important. And to sort of say, you know, like, by coming here, and I joined sort of many of the panels this week, that's definitely the first step. One of the things that we're doing internally as well is making sure that we're very good at joining coordination structures as the UN, but they tend to be coordination structures between the UN and the UN and the UN and the UN, and we love an echo chamber like that. And I think what we're really trying to do is highlight partnerships like, for example, Build Up, like Code for Africa, who are on the earlier panel on information integrity. We've worked with an organization called Association for Progressive Communications as well, to try and recognize that we need to be bringing these partners into coordination structures. And I think what we could maybe do is a sort of, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking off the cuff here, is but a quick mapping of where we know that there is a sort of local entity from the Wikimedia family that we should also be bringing into this sort of information ecosystem. As I said, we don't work very naturally with media, and we've been really trying to, and really sort of, but I think we need to be deliberate and sort of say, you know, to our team in Ecuador, to our team in Bolivia, or, you know, please, can we reach out? Can we actually have that first conversation? How can we bring you into the discussion? How can we more actively share our policies, our statements, our treaties, and make sure that they are being sort of referenced, plain language, translated? So from our side, it's to be deliberate about it, and from your side to keep knocking on the door. And I think sort of working with the Wikimedia Foundation, we can maybe sort of, you know, sort of concertina some of those silos together. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, okay. First of all, thank you for your work. I'm a true believer of the United Nations missions and charters. Coming back a little bit to the licensing question, I just want to clarify that there are already some United Nations agencies that releases some, not all, but some of its content under free license. For example, the International Atomic Energy Agency releases a lot of pictures. Most of the pictures, for example, of the Chernobyl accident on Wikipedia come from the agency, so I'm pretty sure that the peacekeepers can do the same.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. My name's Rebecca. I work for the foundation. Just hearing this conversation, I wonder, there's a model for our communities to collaborate with libraries, universities, archives, museums, which is to have a Wikimedia in residence. And I wonder, just a question for the room really, whether having Wikimedians in residence at some of the UN agencies or kind of, you know, in different locations might also be something to consider.
I'm not the head of peacekeeping, but on his behalf, I will say yes, and he can fire me after. But actually, I mean, of course, one of the biggest issue I come back to it, information gap. And although our colleagues produce a lot of content, it's content produced by an institution about itself. It doesn't carry the same level of fluency and of legitimacy. So, of course, these are one of the ideas we'll absolutely jump on. So don't be surprised to receive many emails from the UN soon, I think.
Yeah, I think I just want to add to that is so the UN turns 80 this year. And one of the huge conversations that's been happening, of course, internally, and by the UN I mean the member state part of the organization, is really, after 80 years, are we fit for purpose? Is the organization delivering as it should to meet the risks and opportunities of today? And what we're seeing is a conversation even within the member states about trying to be better and fit for purpose. We've seen, and it's been also an acknowledgement, that it's because it hasn't really been doing that very well. I mean, if you look at some of the conflicts that we have, the organization is not set up to address those effectively. But then this conversation about, for instance, more recently in September when there was the Global Digital Compact, creating spaces to have these kinds of conversations that you're talking about here about open access, about operability, and those kinds of things, because those are the needs that are existing today. And because we really do want civil society voices, media, and all these different groups involved in this movement of global cooperation and moving forward, with really, at the end of the day, people just wanting a better life for themselves and their families, right? That's the actual core. And so I really would like to encourage you, as if you haven't had a chance to see the Global Digital Compact, please have a read of it, because it really is a commitment that they've made. Now, how do we hold their feet to the fire to get them to actually implement some of these things. And because we all have a role to play, I think this idea of coalition building, these partnerships, these ideas that you're talking about are so important. And because the foundation, because this organization is huge, has such a huge footprint and such a rich level of content as well, I think where we can all join forces together, because we can't do it alone, you can't do it alone, neither can member states, for instance. So I'd really encourage us to see this as a joint effort, because some of the risks that we're facing, I think, as a world, they're huge. And we're not going to make it if we carry on this way and work in silos. So I just wanted to add that we hear what you're saying and take on your recommendations, and please just let's keep this conversation going. Yeah.
I think, can we have an extra or no? I see, they're saying no. Okay, sorry, we have to close it here, but please continue the conversation later, and I'll leave it to you to close it. Thank you so much to all of our panelists and to the questions.
Yeah, so again, thank you so much for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. At the end of the day, it's how do we reach local communities with sources that are credible? How can we just add more and more of an avalanche? Because we know that the bad actors have more resources, they move faster, they have more money, they have passion. And so how do we, who are really trying to put credible, thought through, corroborated information in places that are easy to find, in languages that people can find, and at different ages as well. So really meeting people where they are, so we can actually, they can be the masters of their own destiny and live that, and live up to their stated aspirations of their own lives. I think that's what we're here for. And so if we can just think about this as a legacy project, and so that the next time in 20, 25 years, 50 years, when we're long gone, some of us, that really this is a battle that I hope we're not fighting, but that if we have to, that there are more people in the room, and that we do have this massive coalition saying that we have got to do better. So thank you.